Do you want to show the world that you support reparations for Black Americans? Well, get your reparations gear at Pay Black Americans at www.payblacamericans.com.
Breaking news. New York has secured over $183 million in compensation for Holocaust victims and their heirs. Holocaust victims, reparations. Victims of the Japanese internment, reparations. Several Native American tribes, reparations. Even slave owners got reparations for owning people as property, but the enslaved didn't get reparations for generations of being owned as property. History of reparations payments to those who suffered injustice and their heirs is as American as apple pie. But when it comes to the American descendants of slavery, those whose ancestors' unpaid labor built the economic backbone of the nation, when it comes to Jim Crow and black land theft in millions of acres, it's like reparations, what reparations? Everyone gets a ticket to the banquet, but when American descendants of slavery show up, the kitchen's closed.
All right. All right. Let's get it. Good to see you all. I'm representing Chicago. Elijah Farrakhan. Boy, that's a cold name. I ain't gonna lie. Two of my favorite people. Elijah Farrakhan. Boy, that's a cold name right there, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He's standing on business with that name. Boy, Naptown is in the building. All my brethren over in the UK, out to the UK. Atlanta in the building. All the brothers and sisters in Atlanta, much love to Atlanta. You know, Chicago, we like Atlanta a lot. We like Atlanta because Atlanta is really progressive for black people. The Queen representing Naptown. She don't even got to tell me. I already know. My brother Will representing Atlanta. I like the pictures, Will. That was nice. Tell the family I said hi. I need to send the children something else. But they ain't even no children no more. They big old kids. I don't think you got no babies no more. Shout out to my brother Space Time. Space Time. I wonder if you're still making beats. I need some beats for my rap career. Get my rap career off the ground. Shout out to Rasta Man. California, Fresno. I love California, my second home. LA. Newark's in the building. Don P. Ooh, I drink a lot of that. Just hanging out and everybody got it and they keep pouring it and you keep drinking it. Shana Cutie Pie in Philadelphia. Looking like some cake. Making me hungry. The beautiful Arnell is here. Neptune, New Jersey. That's interesting. I need to look into why they named that Neptune. Oakland, California. Whoa, man. When I was in LA, they had a spot in Oakland where the bus used to have to make this circle. And they had to have police sitting there to escort the bus around that little circle to leave out of there. It ain't no joke up there, man. What they call it when they bust all the windows in the car? Bipping? Yeah, bip. I think that's what they call it. And you come back, all the windows on both sides of the streets, all the cars is busted. Vegas is in the building. I spent some time in Vegas. I got married in Vegas last time I got married. I got married in Vegas twice. I don't know. Good thing I didn't gamble. No, my last marriage lasted a long time, though. San Francisco, California, in the building, Frisco. I remember the first time I went to Frisco. It was interesting. I went to Frisco. I had to tell that story one day. Cleveland, Ohio. My uncle lived in Ohio. We used to go up there, but I was little, so I don't remember what was going on. Jamming with Marley. Lunch? Okay, yeah. Just hit me up and see if I'm available. My schedule is crazy. Oh, Houston, Texas. I got to get to Texas. I got to get to Texas, Noble Drew. That's a call name, too. Boy, that's a call name, Noble Drew. It's good when you keep the gods alive like that. What up, Tim? I got to get to Houston, and I got to get to Dallas. I ain't lying. I got to get to Texas, man. I think Texas might be the place I want to go most. Texas. I want to be down there for South by Southwest on stage, killing them. Getting my rap career off the ground. Show these youngins how to get that bag. Washington, D.C. I got to get to Washington, D.C. I haven't been to D.C., which is crazy. I didn't get to really travel a lot because I moved and lived in California all that time. I lived in Hawaii all that time. And when I came back, I was running around grinding and hustling. And, I was dipping in and out. Went to Florida. I'll talk about that in the book. Yeah, Naptown in the building. Yep, y'all. So here we go. Another crazy conversation. I hope I don't get in trouble. I'll be getting in trouble, y'all. My daughter say, Dad, why don't you just do like all the other content creators so you can make some money? I'm like, I'm a little difficult. She said, well, don't you want to make the money? I said, oh, baby girl, your daddy, Daddy don't be wanting to change up for no money, man. I need to be able to make money and still be myself. I don't want to be able to be unalived and got graped. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's cool. I respect, Flacco and everybody on the internet doing their thing. I respect everybody doing their thing. I'm trying, go follow me on Vegan Intel. I behave on Vegan Intel because Vegan Intel, I'm just talking about eating right. But over here, y'all know, over here, we've been around the world and over here. So, if I'm talking about politics, I'm talking political, then we might start talking about relationships, anything. And then I talk according to the conversation. So if the conversation get funky, my language get a little funky, but I can't help it. This just, I've always been like that. You know what I mean? I don't want to clean it up. They want me to clean it up. I don't want to clean it up. I just want to be myself and kick the bobos, as we used to call it. My daughter told me, if you're going to rap, Daddy, you got to go hang out so you know the new words. I'm like, man, I ain't got to hang out to know the new words. All I got to do is follow Instagram. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got to do. That's all I got to do is follow Instagram. They'll tell me what to say. My man SG Batman will keep me up on what to say. I'm really looking forward to get them little youngins on the record with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to let them rap what they rap, and I'm going to rap what I rap. If they want to rap about shooting everybody, that's on them. I ain't rapping that. But they can get on the record, say whatever you want to say. It's free speech. I need to have a whole video on that. Once you shut down this, then you open it up for them to shut down everything. So I don't like them shutting down nothing. Let people change on their own, because once you start getting into that, it's a mess. So tonight, I'm going to talk about what's going on with the tariffs in China and America, and how China is really too powerful economically and industrially for America. And I'm going to tell you why, the main reason why America is falling and will not be able to compete with China when it comes to ingenuity, engineering, technology, science. I'm going to tell you why. There's a couple reasons, but I'm going to tell you one reason nobody want to talk about. This is going to be a heavy conversation. For real. So there's one reason that America cannot compete. Nobody wants to talk about it. You know, nobody wants to talk about it. There's one reason nobody wants to talk about it. Now, there's three reasons, but I'm just going to talk about this one. I might mention the other ones, right? Like population. You ain't got enough people, but you can still compete. But it's one thing America messed up, and they messed up bad. It's going to come back. It's going to bite the country. We're going to talk about that. I got a friend, my high school girlfriend. She lived in Africa. She keep trying to talk to me about going to Africa. I keep telling her I ain't going to Africa. You know what I'm saying? She keep talking about going to Africa. You know, sometimes people be talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? I am 67 years old. Okay? It's going to be May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. In 10 months, I'll be 68. What I look like changing where I live at 67, 68 years old, trying to move to another country. People be talking crazy. That's for a young person to do. What I look like trying to uproot and go over to Africa 68, 67, 68 years old. I said, is you thinking what you know what I'm saying? Are you thinking? Crazy. I might have to talk about that one day too. I'll probably be talking all night tonight. So get you some all natural coffee and get ready. So we're going to talk about this situation. Now, America's in a lot of trouble. America's in a lot of trouble. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, support the channel. America's in a lot of trouble. They want to go at this trade war with China. They're going back and forth with the trade war. But the thing is that America is in a big hole because a lot of this stuff in America, other countries already own it. Your Dunkin' Donuts, your gas stations, you know, England owns this, China owns this one owns that, this one. They done bought all this stuff over here, okay? So these people, they done sold the nation out. The nation been sold. They don't want us to know. I suspect that a lot of the politicians, the rich Europeans, are planning to move to Europe. We've been talking about this for years, that they was buying land in Prague. They was buying homes over in Europe. And that when they go on vacation, they go back to Europe. They go to Europe on vacation, and they planning to really leave quietly. That's neither here nor there, but it's a high possibility. And so America is in a situation where Trump wants to compete. He wants to be able to compete with China. He wants to bring jobs back to the United States, which is honorable. And it could be done. But the problem is, before we get to what's really going on, is that China got a lot of people. And the Chinese, they don't play like we play over here. So in the Chinese educational system, they turning out a lot of engineers, a lot of scientists, right? It's been said that when it comes to these high technical jobs, that America got enough people to do the top of the line technical jobs, enough people to fill up like a gymnasium. That's it, out of this whole country. They say China got enough people like that to fill up like 5 buildings, right? So a gymnasium, not even a whole building. So China has been producing the people that can do the work, and America has not. That's the first thing. The second thing is China's mostly Chinese, So there's no discrimination. And that's what we're going to talk about. See, America, one of the main reasons that America can't compete with China is because white Americans never made America competitive in the first place. America was only competitive because of free labor from slavery and our inventions. It was Black people in this country that really put America way ahead of everybody. They don't want to talk about this. But America wouldn't even be what it is now without all of the inventions that they stole from Black people, especially during slavery and Jim Crow and all that. We were the ones behind the automobile, the telephone, all of that stuff was us. Not only were we the ones that put it together, we were the ones that did the free work to create the capital to build it. So you got these people working for free. You're making this money. Then you're stealing their ideas and you're taking the money you're making from their free labor and you're able to produce all this stuff at a time when the other countries did not have that opportunity. The Chinese couldn't make Chinese work. Nobody was enslaved their own people. But white America was able to enslave Black people and get free labor and steal our inventions. And the reason that America can't compete is because America never invented this stuff. We invented this stuff, period. So no, they can't compete because all their ingenuity, their elevators and everything, we made it. If you take away the inventions that Black Americans made, America is primitive. These are facts. And they know it. And as we coming into the era of information, that's why Trump wants to attack the libraries, attack the museums, because he don't want that information to get out. That white America did not put this country where it was. We did, with our free labor and our genius and ingenuity that they stole. They stole it. So that's why I got this picture of this Black man in front of the Chinese ingenuity, right? It's a method to my madness, showing you that if they would have put the Black man where he would have supposed to be, they would be able to compete. But they can't compete because they racist and they hold down American citizens because we Black, and they rather lose than to give us equal opportunity. They rather lose. They rather lose. Like with the war, they got that dude, that white dude, he making all kind of mistakes. They set the brothers out. They rather have people don't know what they're doing, like a European DEI. That's why they trying to say that when we get hired, listen, the reason white America is hell-bent on that we get hired, but we not qualified, we only getting hired because we Black, because that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. They only been, listen, when I was coming up, I went to Luther South, or Lutheran High School. The white dudes was only on the team because they was white. They couldn't even play. In sports in America, the best people wasn't on the field, wasn't on the court. Come on, man. The best people wasn't on the court, wasn't on the field. They only started letting the best people get on the field when this one did it. When this one went and got a Black dude to start winning, they like, well, we going to lose. So when this one get a Jackie Robinson and they start winning a lot, they're like, damn, we got to get a Black. We don't want to, but we ain't going to be able to beat this team with the Black dude. So then they get one, then they get two, then they get three, then they get four to compete. But they didn't want to do that. They only let us in sports to win. But they never let us be team owners and stuff like that. They always hate So this is why America not going to go nowhere. America's going to be done because racism makes them pass up people that can help the country. Because the fact of the matter, you see in the pyramids, they found all that stuff under the pyramids. They talking about somebody built a slave building. Now we see it's high technology under there. We've been high tech. We've been high tech. We the one taught them. When they came from Greece, we taught them that the world was round. The Egyptians knew how round the world was, how much space. They missed the measurements of the planet by this much. They said the earth was so much, they said it was this many miles and inches and feet, and they was only out by this much. When the Europeans thought it was flat. They didn't just have us growing cotton. They made us show them how to grow it. Most of us come from East Africa. All of Africa come from East Africa. And we'll get into that later. And then the blacks was in America, they come from Africa too. They was just here a long time. So if they're here a long time, you have to consider them, people from this land. But originally, if you go back far enough, like the Moors said it was enough, you go back far enough, all of it go back to the motherland. That's what Al-Kibilan means, the motherland. See, that's the motherland. But because they're looking at it racial and all that, a lot of you black people understand when you just look at it geographically, Africa is the motherland. All the countries fit in Africa. America little. America not no motherland. How can a small country be a motherland compared to a continent where you can fit every land on this planet fits in Africa? So it ain't no competition with that. There's no competition. America ain't got no natural resources like Africa. The Moors just talking crazy. America do not have the natural resources compared to Africa, period. And America does not have the weather to produce sour sop and all of this. America can't grow no coconuts like that, can't really grow no tropical stuff, ain't got no gold and platinum and all that. America ain't got no uranium and stuff like that. America ain't got as much oil as ours. America probably got 1/32 of what Africa got. Come on. So this is why America can't win. It's not about them being non-colored and stuff like that. White people got skills. All people got skills. So I'm not saying we better. I'm saying we knew stuff before them, and I'm saying two heads is better than one, and they never used our ingenuity to stay on top. If they would have, listen, even when it goes to military and population, right? If they would have had us breed like we should have bred, then we would have had a bigger military. It's like 45 million of us over here. We could have easily been 100 million. We could have been 100 million over here. White Americans could have been 200 million. That's better than them 200 million and we only 50 million. That's a 50 million men we don't got to fight or build nothing. So they hate made the country weak. These are facts. Their hate made the country weak, okay? We're going to talk about it. Buckle your seatbelts. Let's take a break. Make sure you support the channel. Now think about it. Think about it strategically. White Americans, Black Americans over here, they say, hey, this ain't going to work. We shouldn't be abusing them. Let's set them up. Boom. Black Americans get set up, become powerhouse over here, right? Now, these Black Americans can go now and put their footwork in Africa as far as trade and stuff like that. Because when you say Africa, brothers like, Africa. Africa is trade, okay, for the slow brothers, right? So you don't want to get no money. You, Africa, but you walk around with gold and your wedding ring, all that shit come from Africa. Slow, right? So as soon as you're Africa, you don't think about trade, right? So if they would have dropped their racism and put Black Americans on, that would have gave us a strong presence in Africa with the platinum, the diamonds, the cobalt, the coltan, that also allow our ingenuity to go and get the natural resource without destroying the land, without hurting the people. Then that's our ally. China cannot beat America and Africa. China cannot beat Africa, period, by themselves. Then these blacks that you treat right, we plug with Brazil, we plug with the Caribbean. America be a super powerhouse with Black Americans, freedom and dignity. Everybody would have to work with the United States. Everybody would have to work with the United States. But no, they slow. And because they slow, a lot of the people is slow. Now let's look at the facts. This is why they can't compete. So how much we would have been made now if we made all this back then? Look. Paper, Africans, chess, alphabet, medicine, civilization, aeroplane propeller, biscuit cutter, folding bed, coin changer, rotary engine, car coupler, letterbox, stainless steel pads, torpedo discharger, disposable syringe, home security system, corn planter, cotton planter, ironing board, street sweepers, horse bridle bit, horseshoe, lawnmower, typewriter, train alarm, image converter for radiation detector, peanut butter, paints and stains, lotions and soap, automatic fishing reel, ice cream mold, printing press, envelope seal, laser fuels, pressure cooker, window cleaner, pencil sharpener, fire extinguisher, locks, shoe lasting machine, lubricators, rocket catapult, elevator, gas mask, traffic signal, hairbrush, heating furnace, airship, blimps, folding chair, hand stamp, fountain pen, dustpan, insect destroyer gun, baby buggy, sugar refinement, clothes dryer, where you cleaners drying your clothes, cellular phone, pressure cone, curtain rod, lawn sprinkler, multi-stage rocket. Multi-stage rocket. You know how the rockets break off to go to space? Video commander, programmable remote controller, space shuttle retrieval arm, the thing that grabbed the space shuttle. Guidance missiles, military stuff. A lot of stuff we made, they took it and added it to stuff to make that stuff work. Just look. Pacemaker control, ice cream, blood plasma, super soaker, Saniphone, helicopter. Do you think white Americans know we invented the helicopter? Auto air brake, roller coaster, electrical railway system, all these L trains, all these trains. We invented all of that. galvanic battery, electromagnetic brake, telephone system, relay instrument, electric cutoff switches. All these cutoff switches, blacks invented that. Telephone transmitter, fire escape ladder. How many lives black Americans say by making a ladder come outside the house so you can escape? Stair climbing wheelchair, the mop, refrigerator, hydraulic shock absorbers, electric lamp, bottle caps for bottles, stuff that people take for granted, clothes dresser, refrigeration controls, starter, generator, internal combustion engine, two-cycle gas engine, air conditioning unit, defroster, egg beater, eye protector, wrench, bicycle frame, kitchen table, gas burner, lantern, thermal hair curlers, motor, golf, guitar, furniture casters, toilet commode. We made the toilet for you to sit down. Because you know the Moors went up there and showed them how to make we been did that. The Moors went to Europe and helped them get bathrooms and stuff. Okay? Postal letterbox, photo embossing machine, photo print washer, the doorknob, the door stopper. Doorknobs on everything. Doorknobs is in China. Doorknobs is in China. A lot of this stuff the Chinese is using, our invention, the whole world is using our inventions. The arm for the record player, player piano, shoes, horse riding saddle, urinalysis machine, street sweeper, automatic gear shift. Now, come on. Come on now, keep it a billion. Keep it real. Keep it real. So if we would have been allowed and free, we would have made 20 times to 100 times that stuff. And America would be where? Way ahead. They actually kept the most creative people on the planet down, which hurt the country because nobody else was doing nothing, so America was on top. But when the Chinese started making their moves in the 60s and the 70s and pushed through the 80s and the 90s, now they can't compete because America's racism has shut them down from being the best. America not that good in no soccer, no baseball, no football. They ain't doing none of this sports like they doing without black people. Without the Walter Paytons, the Willie Mays, the Michael Jordans, the LeBron James. They ain't making no sports money. They losing. Look how much money we bring to the table. I put before the court that we bring more money to the table than white Americans. We're more valuable than them. We make more than them. Listen, I put it to America right now that black Americans, we would outdo them. Just 48 million of us, if we had freedom and economics, we would outdo the whole 200 million or how many of them is, we outdo them. We outdo them. Because we got years and years and years and years ahead of them. We taught them everything. They came to Africa and got fire. Go watch Quest for Fire. Now, I'm not hating on them. I'm saying that they should have took advantage and made friends, and they wouldn't be in the position they're in right now. The only way that America will be able to compete with China, they got to turn us loose. They got to give us some money. They give us some money, give us reparations, it'd be over for China. All they got to do is give black Americans reparations and get the hell out the way. And we'll create how many jobs for them? Because it ain't about hating on them. It's about moving on. It ain't about hating on nobody like that. Anybody got time to be hating on them? I'm trying to raise my children and my grandchildren. You understand? So it's not about who's superior, who not. They trying to be superior, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't live on no planet and be superior. You got to live in harmony. You can't be superior. Let's look at it like this. Let's change race. And let's talk about people. People cannot be superior over the other animals. People cannot be superior over the plants. You have to be in harmony with the animals and the plants and the water and the planet. It's an ecosystem. No superiority. Superiority is nuts. Think about it, y'all. When you get up, the last thing you think about is being superior to somebody. You getting up trying to do your day. Who gets up in the morning? Man, I'm going to go out here, I'm going to be better than somebody. Nobody don't live like that. How often you think about being the better than somebody? Like, man, you just trying to be better than how you was. You trying to make more money than you make it. But nobody's getting up every day. Man, I wonder how much money he make. I want to go make more money than him. Man, nobody think like that. Not in real life. No, not in real life. In real life, you know that if he gets sick, you're going to get sick. So you don't want him to get, you don't want everybody over there to get the measles. I'm in Chicago. I'm in Illinois. I don't want everybody in Michigan to get the measles. I don't want everybody in Indiana to get the bird flu. I don't want to be the only one well because I won't be well long. So this is something white America don't want to talk about. White America's behind because they did not be kind to the black people that built this place for free and contributed at least 70% of the ingenuity. Because white people made some stuff too, don't get me wrong. But a lot of the stuff they made was off of the fact we made stuff. Now look, everything I'm saying I could back up. Let me show you something. Look at this. Story of an American inventor denied a patent because he was a slave. The one brother built the Airbus, the first airplane, put it in, melted to the World Fair, it come up missing. Next thing you know, the Wright brothers got a plane. But the brother had been invented that. Look, the story of an American inventor denied a patent because he was a slave. The world of invention is famous, right? For its patent disputes. But what happens when your dispute wasn't with another inventor, but whether the patent office saw you as a person at all? In 1864, a black man named Benjamin T. Montgomery tried to patent his new propeller for steamboats. The patent office said that he wasn't allowed to patent his invention, all because he was enslaved. Benjamin T. Montgomery was born into slavery in Virginia in 1819. It's believed that he learned to read and write from a young age, something not permitted of most slaves because white slave owners believed that knowledge might lead to rebellion. Montgomery's literacy gave him a leg up in his later pursuit of everything from surveying to architectural drafting. So he started surveying and doing architectural drafting. He even became the first black public official in the state of Mississippi after the Civil War as a justice of the peace. But it was his proficiency with machines that would make him notable for the history books, provided mainstream American history books covered such things. provided. A mainstream American history don't want to cover nothing. They want to hide all our accomplishments because there's so much hate in their heart. And this hate is going to be a cancer to white America. They're going to self-destruct because other people are not going to be kind to them, and Mother Nature's not going to be kind either, because that selfishness makes you also disrespect the animals, the plant. You think you could drill wherever. You ain't got no respect for nothing. You think you could take animals and put them in the zoo. You just become so full of yourself. Montgomery invented a number of machines, and documents from the 19th century claim that they involved incredibly high levels of skill to manufacture. But the precise number of inventions by Montgomery has been lost in history, meaning that everything I read we made more than that. They stole all of that. The one invention that we know the most about is his new propeller for steamboats. He tried to patent it in 1864, but the U.S. Patent Office rejected his application because he was a slave. Why would the Patent Office of the North be so discriminatory against blacks during the Civil War? Because it's hate in their soul. So this man made more stuff, and they don't have no history on what was stolen from them. So you take these lists that I'm reading, and what do that tell you? What did that tell you? You take these lists, and what do that tell you? What do that tell you if they don't know how much stuff he made? And when you look at all this stuff, what do that tell you? That tells you that this list is real long. And that tells you that a lot of our stuff was stolen, and that white America is taking credit for stuff they did not do and teaching their children that. And that's why their children is growing up with a sense of empowerment, because their children believe all of this stuff, and they don't want to break their children's heart and let the young generation find out that it's all a lie. Even discovering America, Christopher Columbus was locked in the brig. He was locked up. They was going to unalive him because they felt like he just had them out on the sea, didn't know where he was going. It was a Moor that was up in the crow's nest that said, land ho. And he was the one seen the land and told them go that way. And then when they got to the land, they let Christopher Columbus out to jail that's in the bottom of the boat. He was in jail at the bottom of the boat. And a black dude found America, discovered it, meaning he discovered it for himself. So like when you say discovered, it don't mean that you own it. It's like if there's a club there and I don't know about it, when I find out about it, I discovered it. So when they say Christopher Columbus discovered America, people get that confused. It don't mean that he was the first one there. It means that he was the first one from the Spanish to see it. He discovered it for them. See, discover mean whenever you find something. It doesn't mean that you was the first one. And I had that mixed up for many years. I'm like, Christopher Columbus didn't discover America, but he did discover America. You just got to think about what the word discover mean. And I thought discover meant how you going to discover it with somebody there. You discovered them too. You discovered all of it. You know what I'm saying? You discovered all of it. So this is what I'm laying on the table tonight, that America cannot compete with the Chinese because they have kept down Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery. They have kept us down, which has crippled them, because we was the one that put them to the position they in now with the free labor. Cotton was king. Don't forget that cotton was king. So we showed them and helped them grow the best product. And what did they do? Treat us like worse than, they don't even treat animals like that. And basically robbed us of our lives, our bodies, our women, our children, our inventions, everything, all our wealth we had, wherever we came from, and took credit and didn't do none of it. I would bet that out of 100% of the stuff, 100% of the stuff that was made up until like the 50s, I would bet that Black people invented like 80% of it. Black people invented probably 80 to 90% of that stuff because all they got to do is steal it. It was known that Ford went to George Washington Carver, and that's why he called it an auto plant, because George Washington Carver was a master with plants. He took that car and all that. Man, we invented all that. I guarantee we invented the automobile. I guarantee you. I guarantee we invented the automobile because we invented the carburetor. And they used to have these Black people do the stuff, and then when it's done, they come out and drive it out there, take all the credit, take the pictures for it. But have you locked up working on it? Because a slave, you're going to make a slave do what? All the work. You're going to make a slave do all the work. And it's not, they just want you to think that the slaves just pick cotton. Nah, the slave didn't just pick cotton. Nah. Slave owners might have expected their slaves to behave as automata, but they wanted the benefits of their brains as well. They wanted to benefit on how we think. Support the channel. So this is why America can't compete. America cannot compete with China because America's not using its brightest minds. It's Black Americans. These are all facts. All their great inventors was thieves. Here we got Lewis Latimer. Who stole from him? Alexander Graham Bell. Lewis Latimer, a Black inventor and self-taught draftsman, significantly contributed to the development of patenting of the telephone. Contributed my ass. They still lying. By working closely with Alexander Graham Bell. Now, if he's a Black man and the Black man is under Jim Crow, he was not working closely with him. He had to do what he told him to do. That's not working together when you're under Jim Crow and the white man is your master. You can't even speak up for yourself. Listen, he prepared the detailed technical drawing for Bell's patent application. So he drew it up. How is it his application, but he drew it? That's because Bell didn't make it. That's why he couldn't draw it. Ensured its successful filing ahead of a rival inventor. So another guy was trying to beat him. He had the Black man set it up. Latimer's expertise in drafting and patent applications was crucial in securing the patent for the telephone for Bell. Come on. Y'all know what happened. Y'all know what happened. These is they great people that they be bragging about. Same thing. Granville T. Woods, same story. Same story. Stole from them and took credit for something they didn't do. Here we go right here. Known as Black Edison, Granville Wood was an African-American inventor who made key contributions to the development of the telephone. Key contributions, come on, man. Telephone, streetcar, and more. Contribution, no, he did it. And who did he steal from? Who stole from him? Granville was born, and look what it say. They call him the Black Edison, right? He registered nearly 60 patents in his lifetime, including a telephone transmitter, a trolley wheel, and a multiplex telegraph, over which he defeated a lawsuit by Thomas Edison tried to take it from him. Okay? Tried to take it from him. Look, the patent for his device, which combined the telephone and telegraph, was bought by Alexander Graham Bell, and the payment freed Woods to devote himself for his own research. So he basically paid for his free papers by giving that man his invention. Okay? Okay? He bought that, a lot of them bought their freedom by giving up their inventions. And the people that write this stuff, you know who they are. So you think they're going to tell the truth? They ain't going to tell the truth. They're going to lie. Man, everybody know this brother invented all of that. And them people will steal whatever you made. My daddy told me that. My daddy said, you be on the ground, scrubbing with a broom, and you decide to put a hole in it and put a stick on it so you ain't got to get on your knees. He said a white man would come and say, what you got there, boy? He said, I got a better broom, sir. He said, let me see that. He go take it and start making them and selling them. They was doing this all the time because the slaves was always trying to make it an easier way to do their job. And every time you made it easier, he steal it and sell it. Who the one going to try to make things easier? The worker. The worker's going to make a wheelbarrow. The worker's going to make a better shovel. Okay? The worker's going to naturally try to make things better. You understand? Real talk. I'm giving it to y'all real. 300 years of African-American invention and innovation. They stole it all. And don't want to take no responsibility. That's why they control the news. That's why they want to control the media. That's why we don't got our own social media. That's why we don't got our own TV channels, of the fear that we'll be able to tell the story, the truth. And they some of them know it, but they know the rest of their race don't know it. So they trying to keep their race in the dark to make them feel superior for no good reason, because there is no need to feel superior about a lie. It's still going to come out. Yeah, if you don't protect your intellectual property, big corporations steal it. Brothers then came out with all kinds of inventions, end up unalive. The brother in Africa made a car run on water and stuff, unalive, 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 unalive. You understand? That's why they hate Black History Month. Slave owners might have expected us to act like robots and just do the work, but they also wanted the benefits of our brain. Even though most free Blacks worked as laborers or domestics, they could be found in virtually every craft engaged as potters, tailors, blacksmiths, coopers, carpenters, and even silver and goldsmiths. So we was making jewelry. We was doing all of that. Whatever we could do, they had us do it because they didn't have to pay us. They didn't have to pay us. So they took advantage of all our work, our mind, took advantage of us sexually, emotionally, physically, mentally. Took total advantage of us. After the Civil War, there was an explosion of patented inventions by black mechanics, blacksmiths, domestic workers, and farm laborers, many of them ex-slaves. Yeah, the brother in Chicago, I've seen the brother in Chicago, yeah. Yeah, they still stealing right now. But it's too little too late because they can't do it like we do it. And two heads is better than one. And the European want to be one head. And then he ain't going to be able to compete with China. Because China got 1 billion people and we only got 361 million. So the European in America, he going to fall. He going to fall. It's over. You're looking at the fall of the European civilization all because of hate. All because of hate. Because that's what China told them, like, we don't got to buy from you. It's a whole big world out here. See, white Americans are the worst. They just think the world revolves around them. And they're like, we're going to put tariffs on China. China said, we can sell our stuff all over the world. You're nobody no more. You're not the only one with money anymore. We don't have to buy lumber from you. We can buy lumber from anybody. You don't even have no lumber. You stealing your lumber from South America. We can go get the same lumber you got. China's working with South America to build a canal right down through the middle of the country, so they don't even got to go another 5 hours down to the Panama Canal. They're going to make the trip even shorter. Yes. They building a canal go through the middle of South America. The Chinese and them people. The Chinese is in Africa building all kind of stuff in Africa. Because the Chinese get it. They get it. They can get more like that than they can. They see how the white man falling. They see that. They see that. Because I was thinking that they was helping Africa to take Africa, but that ain't what they doing. They helping Africa to do fair trade with Africa. They ain't trying to take nothing. They trying to destroy America. And they willing to work with anybody to destroy America. You understand? They ain't going to be able to stop them people in Africa because they dare, because the Chinese know that with their ingenuity, they can't lose. They could do fair business with Africa because they got the people and Africa got the minerals, so they both win. The Chinese looking at it how to win. That's how I look at it. I was thinking they're going to go in there and invade, which they still might. Don't get me wrong. You can't trust them either. You can't trust nobody, black man. So I'm not saying they cool. I'm just saying I got to be open-minded even with my own philosophies, and I got to look at it both ways. And I got to say they might be going at it for a different reason rather than to conquer. They might not be looking to conquer. I got to look both ways until I don't have no clear, but looking at this trade war, I could see they say, listen, man, we'll go build up Africa and we'll shut y'all down. We don't need y'all. Africa the one got all the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to be talking about China was coming in there until I see how much China hate America. China don't hate Africa, and Russia the same way. They hate America because America did the same thing to them they did to us. America used us to get ahead of the rest of the white world. That's what they did. They didn't become bigger than Russia or China or England or France or Germany on their own. They did it by abusing us and stealing from us. So the other white people saying like, you cheated. We just white Germans. Black people made all your shit. You didn't make nothing. Stop trying to act like you better than us. I guarantee you this is how Europeans and Asians look at it. We just didn't know as black people. I guarantee you they look at it and say, that's all black people stuff. You white Americans ain't made nothing. I bet you that's how they look at it. That's why you got Vance calling them Chinese peasants. How you going to call them peasants when white America came over here as pilgrims, starving, and the Indians had to help you? And you was poor. You ain't had nothing. The only reason Vance and them got some is you abused black people. If without abusing black people, you wouldn't have nothing. You wouldn't have nothing. They ain't really do that much on their own. Everything they did, they used other people. They never stood on their own square. America didn't even have to go into Africa. America could have sent us into Africa. They just slow, Robert. They just slow. They could have sent us. We could have did all that. I've been saying that how long? How long I've been saying that white America should have set up black America in Africa. The ones that want to go over there and set us up and give us military and diplomatic backup so the embassy back us up, like the Chinese embassy back up the Chinese in Africa, the Indian embassy back up the Indians in Africa. That's why they can go to Africa and get stuff done. They countries back them up. When black Americans go, America don't back us up because they dumb. I've been saying it forever. America don't back us up. They should have been sent black military over there, black genius over there, and sent us the bread and sent us the materials to defend ourselves and let us help Africa. And then they would have been getting all that stuff with no murder, no nothing. And then with black people, because we highly scientific and we're environmental, we know how to do the same things they're doing without destroying the environment. But the way the European, he's not environmental. So everything he does destroys the environment. So he goes and destroys the environment, makes some stuff, and then the tornadoes and hurricanes and fires come and burn all this stuff up because he's slow. Because any fool know that you just can't have all this wood and stuff everywhere and you ain't got no greenery. Once you cut down too much greenery, the greenery you got gonna get dry. Duh. If you got a planet that's got a bunch of trees and stuff on it, they're only going to stay moist if you leave a certain amount of them. If you cut too many down, the shit going to get dry. You're going to have fires everywhere. You said if they did, you're talking about in the future. I said what they should have been done. I said what they should have did. And I'm not talking about accepting us. If I come and I got this in your face, you're going to accept me. So if I come over there with military, what you mean is they going to accept me? They ain't going to have no choice, bro. We ain't talking about going over there with no dashiki on. We talking about going with American backing and military, and they going to accept us just like they accept everybody else over there with military. What they going to do? And then what they going to do? Because anybody, when you come, the only reason the Africans don't really check for us like that, because we can't help. But if we came with military and America backing us and we was free where we could develop and make our own money, they'll be glad for us to come because we would make life better. Feel me? So it's a whole different situation. So you talk about them looking at us now, but the us they looking at now is not the us I'm talking about, sun, earth, and water. It'll be a different us. We going over there with nothing, just over in Africa. But anytime you come and you bring people a better way in life, yeah, they're going to love you. We can't bring them no better way in life because we ain't got no backing. We ain't got no, America won't back us. White Americans is too racist for their own good. They got too much hate to the point where a lot of white Americans ain't got hate no more because they sick of it too. So I won't say all white Americans because a lot of white Americans is sick of the ones that's hating. They is sick of it. I'm telling you, man, it's a movement in this country where white Americans is the ones that just want to chill other haters. Because it didn't went too far. And a hater gonna hate. So it get to the point they hate on their own people. You know what I'm saying? America's stupid. Hate. They just want to be the best all the time. That's what slavery damaged them. Them being able to force themselves and bring some people over here and have more numbers and already have a military and bring them over here and force them to breed and all that and come over with their military and force the people over here that was already over here, because here's a mixture of the people who's over here and the people they bought over here, and they breeding them together. I seen the fool say, how you get all these black people over on the slave ship? I'm like, bro, slavery was breeding, y'all. Stop saying that you can't bring all these black people over here. They bred them. You know how many babies you could breed in 200 years? We was in slavery like 300 something years, almost 400 years. You know how many babies you could breed in 50 years? You know how many people you could breed in 50 years, in 100 years? Do you have any idea if you forcing them to breed? So you got people talking about they bought the slaves. Oh, no, they didn't. They only bought so many. Then they bred them. They bred them. Slaves were bred over here. I seen the fool talking about how they get all thousands of black people on slave ship, bro. If you want to raise chickens over here, are you gonna bring 1 million chickens over here? Or are you just gonna go get 1,000 and breed them? Duh. Listen. If you over here and you ain't got no chickens, are you going to go to Africa or somewhere and try to bring back 2 million chickens? Or are you just going to bring back 1,000 and breed them? You're going to run a couple boats and then you're going to breed them. People think we keep talking about slavery like somebody bought all the black people. I be like, hey, man, I would take these fools' money. Like I would take Lord Jamar money. I would take a lot of brothers. I would take all their money. They were losing the debate $5,000. It'll be all mad. I'll put up 5. They put up 5. We debate slavery. I'll embarrass them. As soon as they say slave ships, I won. Because it wasn't no slave ship. It was a cargo ship. Fool. There's no such thing as a slave ship. It was a cargo ship, and it didn't just carry slaves. If they bring a cargo ship over here with some slaves, right? Listen, if they bring a cargo ship over with some slaves, you think it go back empty? It's going to leave with whatever they can get over here. They start, yeah, that's one reason, Amiri, but another reason is the British made it against the law to be on the ocean with slaves, and the British had the biggest navy. So the British was out looking for people traveling with slaves. Why? Because the British knew that if America kept bringing them slaves, then they would outdo Britain just like they doing. Nobody teach y'all. Look, they did it because they knew just what I'm telling y'all now. Go. That's why you got to go to the African museum up there in the Black American Museum up there in Washington. They talk about all this. Okay, they're not saying. See, Britain was one of the most successful slave trading countries, right? But Britain was the first one to say, y'all got to stop. Britain banned it because it was going to make America too big. So Britain banned it. See? Because it wasn't working for them. And they think that America was going to get further with it. See? See what it say right here? It was only after many failed attempts that in 1807 the slave trade in the British Empire was abolished. That's when they said we got to breed them right here. So that's when they began to breed them here. But the slavery was bred, not bought, okay? For the people watching me, so you be smarter than everybody. See, y'all gonna be smarter than everybody. Y'all gonna be smarter. Y'all gonna be way smarter. You're gonna be like, man, listen, man. You don't know what you talk about. Ain't nobody bring all them slaves. When you think about it, tell me it don't sound stupid that somebody thought they was gonna take 1 year to go back and forth to get some slaves when you could just breed them. By the time you get back, guess how many babies you could have already? You know how long it took with them old slow ships back then? Them ships didn't have no motors. You understand? Why would you bank on that? Well, you gotta go by the time you get there and go back. If I got 10,000 women over here, they didn't have another 20,000 babies before you get back. Read this book, The Breeding of American Slaves. There's books about breeding, and they kept you in the barn like animals. That's why they used to call the women used to call each other heifers, because that's what they used to call you, a heifer, like an animal. And the whites used to have doctors see them. Guess who used to see us? Veterinarians took care of us. And they would have a barn where the little boy, where the kids at, a barn where the women at, and a barn where the men at. And they would also charge prostitution where you can come and go whichever barn you want to go in, do what you want to do. So it was pedophilia going on, all types of rapes of everybody. They was having sex with the men, the women, and the children. They was making money like that too. They was making money. They was pimping us. You did everything. You was a sex object too. They drunk on Saturday night and they come over and you can go pay them and you can go in the barn and do what you want. And they had each group in a different thing. They used to tie the men down and buck break them. These are facts. So I just wanted to touch on that because they ain't telling you the truth why America is behind. America is behind because we was the ones that put America ahead. That's why. We was the ones that put them ahead in the first place. So once they didn't have us no more, yeah, they was behind. Yeah, they was behind. They behind because the 300 years of us taking our inventions and stuff is over. And that is why China's ahead of America. China's ahead of America because America got ahead because of us. Without us, America's not ahead in the first place. And I'll debate any white man in the country that wouldn't dare. Would not dare. And this is why you got to support the channel, because just saying stuff like this, they be saying my stuff is too controversial. Maybe you should see the reason they be saying they demonetize me. They be all vague. One time I kept asking them, like one day I just kept asking them, okay, well, which video? And finally one of them said, man, it's not your video. It's your whole channel. I said, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even touched on this brother right here. We ain't even touched on John. We ain't even touched on him. They stole his stuff too. Yeah, they stole his stuff. He was the one made the machine to make the shoes. He had the patent. This is his patent. This is his patent to make the shoes. They tried to take his patent so bad, they tried to do everything to stop this man from making shoes. You can see the mix between the Africans and the Native Americans. You can see it. Because some Native Americans was Africans. They just was here at first. That's another thing. Like when you say black people was here, there was 4 expeditions from Africa before Keith Erickson or Christopher Columbus got over here. 4. The Moors was only 1. These Moors don't tell you, there was 3 more different black groups that came over here. And that's just the 4 they know about. Because many people say the ancient Egyptians came over here 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. And that there's all type of Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon, and that people went and seen them. And they even named the king that is depicted over there. So they're not even telling the truth about how long we was here, like thousands of years before Europeans even, they didn't even have fire yet. They don't want to tell that. Way before the Moors. Way before the Moors, the Egyptians had been over here. According to some people. Because a lot of the history has been just totally wiped out. But according to some people, we've been over here. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And they said it was pictures of this brother in the Grand Canyon. It's pictures of him with them flowers in the Grand Canyon. Yeah. They say it's pictures of that brother. Go follow me. Go follow me here at www.youtube.com/from Kemet to Chicago. Go follow me over there. That's where I'm gonna be dropping a lot of that type of information, right? I'm gonna be dropping a lot of that over there. So if you like that type of information, go over there and follow From Kemet to Chicago. Some of y'all following it already because it was supposed to be this the news, but I can't keep up with the news. There's too many natural disasters for me to keep up with, right? So look, go over here and follow that channel right there, From Kemet to Chicago, to get the information. A lot of this information I'm going to be talking about over there. But this is where we at with this situation. This is why America's behind. America, unless America frees up black people and put money behind us and let us do our thing, America will never catch back up with China. And what China's going to do, and remember I said it first, China's going to empower India. You watch. They're going to stop beefing. And China's going to empower India and Africa. You watch. But once they empower India, because India already got their people coming over here working just to come back. And once India rise up a little more, it's over for America. They'll never catch back up because those people can trade amongst themselves. They can trade amongst themselves. So they tell America, we don't got to trade with you. You just don't get it. You don't make nothing. We own all your stuff already. America's talking crazy to China, but China, trillions of dollars. I don't know where they do that at. You owe China trillions of dollars. How you going to talk crazy? What if they call that debt in? You can't pay it. You can't go to war because your machinery ain't up to par and your people fat. American men can't make basic training no more. The American military is weak. The American military is weak. Okay. These is facts. They ain't got no military. I've been trying to tell y'all to eat right. Also follow me over at Vegan Intel. Look, it's all up and down. Too heavy to fight. How the Army is combating it. 70% of young Americans too fat, mentally ill, and on drugs. Obesity in the military. When an overweight person joins the military. Unfit to serve. If you're overweight but want to join the military. Military standards for fitness. Nearly 70% of American soldiers are obese or overweight. 77% too fat. Unfit to serve. All the way down. All the way up and down. This article from the Centers of Disease Control was this year, just a few months ago. Unfit to serve. Unfit to serve. Obesity and physical inactivity are impacting national security. Only 2 in 5 young adults are both weight eligible and adequately active to join the military. Only 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 can even join the military. 2 out of 5. Good to see you, Ivy. Look, y'all support the channel. If you got some questions, ask some questions. I'm going to end this because I don't want to just be going on and on. This, I nailed it. So if anybody got some questions, ask some questions. And I could come back and have another totally different discussion because this is a wrap. Because they should have put us on top and we would have been on top. But they ain't want to put us on top. They ain't want to respect us and everything we brought to the table. So now they can't compete. They could never compete without us. They got too much pride. You know what I'm saying? The biggest problem with white America is that they did us so wrong and they think we won't get back. That's what's really wrong with them. Let me tell you something. What's really wrong with white America, they're afraid. I'm telling you. They're afraid that if we get any power, we're going to do them like they did us. That's the underlying, it's fear. You're a black man, you ever been pulled over by a white police officer, he be tripping? He's scared. They terrified of you. They terrified. They wake up one day and we be at them because there's so much guilt when they see the movies and they hear the stories. When they hear the stories about slavery and what they did, they be thinking they going to get us back. They want to get us back. We got to keep them down. We can't let them. But we ain't even on that. Just pay us our reparations and leave us alone. You know what I'm saying? They scared. You know what I'm saying? They scared. Go over to Vegan Intel and ask me, Robert. I don't want to get off subject today. They scared. You know what I'm saying? They scared. They got fear. You know what I'm saying? If y'all got questions about how to eat, go follow me at Vegan Intel. I'm going to have like 5 channels going. So they're going to be all based on different subjects. So whatever subject you are, you should follow all 5 channels. I got 3 of them up so far. This one, Pharaoh Said That, From Kemet to Chicago, from Kemet to Chicago, and Vegan Intel. Follow those 3. Talk about Haile Selassie. Maybe, a lot of times I don't be, I be trying to please my audience, so I don't be just want to talk just to a couple of rosters. But eventually I will talk about it, most likely over on Kemet to Chicago. Most likely I'll be talking about all that stuff like that. Most of that's going to be on Kemet to Chicago. All the mystical stuff, all the stuff about royalty, a lot of stuff about African history and ancient history in America and all that stuff going to be over on Kemet to Chicago. So go follow From Kemet to Chicago, Onyx. And then ask me over there because we're going to be into everything over there. I have to separate this stuff because over here, it's so much going on in the media that over here I'm going to have to concentrate on issues that people haven't. I don't want to be talking about over here. I don't want to be talking about that kind of stuff too much right now. We got so much stuff going on that this is the channel where I talk about like things I'm thinking about daily. What about the US dollar value is 20 times China? Says America. That's what America say. But how is your dollar 20 times China and you owe China? That's why I be saying they be lying. Look. Watch this. I'm going to show you they be lying. Watch this. Watch this. They say the American dollar's bigger, right? All right. Make it make some sense. See, these people be lying to Americans. Which countries own the most U.S. debt? Right? As of April 2024, foreign countries own approximately $7.9 trillion in treasury securities, or 22.9% of total U.S. debt. So how is the American dollar so strong? Look. Which countries hold the most debt? Japan grew from owning $556.3 billion to just $1.1 trillion. China ownership grew from 105 billion to 749 billion. So if the American dollar is so strong, why they can't pay their debt off? How your dollar is stronger than China, but you owe them almost 100 billion? They be lying. Make that make some sense. That makes sense to somebody? Do that make any sense that they saying they dollar stronger? But you got to understand something, Josh. They have to say stuff in the media. They can't tell the truth of what happened. The stock market or what? Crash. It'll be the Great Depression. So I understand what they're doing. They got to lie. They got to lie to keep the country afloat. They can't go tell you the truth. They got to lie. So I'm not hating on them for lying. They ain't got no choice. They got to lie. Because if they told the truth, people would just start leaving. Everybody will leave. Everybody would leave. All the Mexicans would leave. All the Venezuelans would leave. All the people from France, Germany, they'll all be out of here. All the Asians will be gone back to Thailand, Japan. Everybody be back on their way to Korea. They'll be out of here. They'll be out of here. The America's broke. Listen, I just watched the thing. Man, let me watch this. Look, I just seen this today. Look, watch this. Y'all ain't, they're going to be mad at me showing y'all this. Y'all support the channel because I ain't supposed to be telling y'all this. Look, 10 American brands now owned by foreign companies. Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is owned by, they're going to tell it. Somebody told it all. It ain't tell. Somewhere in Europe, Germany owns the company now. Aldi Nord headquarters in Germany. 7-Eleven owned by Japan. Sunglass Hut owned by Paris, France. Holiday Inn owned by England. Smithfield Foods owned by Hong Kong. Forbes owned by Hong Kong. Dirt Devil vacuum cleaner owned by Hong Kong. Firestone tires, all American, whoa, owned by Japan. Frigidaire owned by Sweden. Chrysler owned by the Netherlands. I rest my case. I rest my case. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Big American company, Holiday Inn. You at Holiday Inn, you swear you at an American company. I never knew none of this. I never knew none of this. So yeah, that's why a lot of people leaving. So people be like, Pharaoh, why you want to leave? Because what I tell y'all, Black Americans is the shit. Why would I leave Black Americans? It don't matter what happened. Black Americans going bop, bop, bop. Man, it don't matter what happened to you. Listen, if this economy collapse, they'll be desperate. And guess who will? Us. Listen, if the economy tank, they're going to panic. And all the racism going to go out the window. Black people do something. We money just. You know what I'm saying? Facts. I'm not leaving Black Americans. Wherever Black Americans at, it's going to be popping. I'm not running out in the middle of nowhere. I'm staying with my military, my team. I'm not going out to Thailand. I'm not running to Africa. I'm not doing none of that. I'm staying with the home team. I'm Black American. I'm staying with FBA. I'm staying with FBA. If I leave and the world economy collapse, I'm out there butt naked. I'm surrounded by people in Thailand and shit. And in military, you stick with the army. You don't go out here butt ass naked. If I go to Ghana, the Ghanaians got it made because they surrounded by Ghanaians. I'm not gonna be Ghanaian. So I'm gonna be at a disadvantage. I'm only at advantage in a black city like Chicago, where it's black folks, I got an advantage. Because ain't nobody coming here playing with us, period. And we got enough land here where we can shut this shit down ourselves and do for ourselves. You understand? Ain't nobody gonna do nothing else, because how a bunch of weaker people with less ingenuity, what they could do to us? Nothing. I just showed you we invent stuff. Any robot they made, a black person gonna be like, push this and throw a snow cone on it, and it won't work no more. Hey, listen, everything they make, guess who's gonna be the first people that learn how to break it or how to hack it? Asians and black people. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Plus, other places ain't got no guns, no glory. Bang, bang. Ain't no way I'm leaving the guns. I'm a Black American. Black American. Foundational Black American. Meaning black, all the ingenuity, all the way from ancient times, American. Pow, pow. I'm not an African. I'm a foundational Black America. In America, we about guns, 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 and self-defense. Guns. Run up, you're going to get gun up. So I'm not going. I got a friend keep telling me to go to Africa. I'm like, I'm not going to Africa. The only way I'm going to go to Africa is with a whole bunch of Black Americans. Now, it's 48 million Black Americans. Now, if 20 million want to go and I'll go to one country, I'll go. But I ain't going over there with no handful of people over there. Then I get over there and some Black American do something crazy. Africans get mad, start whooping us, and we outnumbered. We can't. What we going to do in Africa? It's only 48 million of us. If all of us go to Nigeria, we wouldn't be able to do nothing. It's 200 million Nigerians. So we would not go to Nigeria. Black Americans need to go somewhere where we at least match the population, because it's like 7 African countries got more people than us out of 54. Out of 54, that means 47 countries in Africa got less population than Black Americans. They're foundational Black Americans, right? Straight up. 47 countries in Africa ain't got as many people as we got. Now, as we gonna help Africans, and if we all went, if we went somewhere where they got like 37, 20, we'll be able to help them. We won't be able to help Nigeria. 40 million, not gonna be able to help no 200 million. But 48 million would definitely help 40 million or 30 million or 20 million. They wouldn't be able to punk us. We'd be just another tribe. We'd be able to work together. But that's just a nonsense dream. My friend keep telling me about that. It's a nonsense dream. You know what I'm saying? It's not realistic. Nobody thinks it through. But my friend she keep talking about Africa, Africa, and I keep trying to tell her I'm 67. I got 6 children all over this country. I got grandchildren all over this country. I got sisters and brother-in-laws and uncles and stuff. What you want me to do? You really think I'm just going to leave all my family and go to Africa? That doesn't even make any sense. The only way you would do that is if I was in Africa and I was going through hard times. Yeah, I would leave so I could send money back. Yeah. But I'm not going to make no money in Africa to send here. The money is here to send there. Blacks going to Africa and going on YouTube making money so they can live better than the Africans. So the idea, Pan-Africans don't be thinking. Okay, so I want to go to Africa. What about my sons and my daughters? They ain't going. Right, but Black Americans shouldn't go nowhere. Black Americans need to stay here and build here. Black Americans shouldn't be leaving. Black Americans should stay here and build. Because once you leave, you're a nobody. You have no backup. You're just out there by yourself. Nothing's going to happen for you. Small number of people move somewhere. Nothing's going to happen for you. You're not, you know what I'm saying? Nothing's going to happen for you out your element. And then you can't help Africa. The only way we can help Africa more, because I'm for helping Africa, but the only way we can help Africa is to get strong here and unite here. And then trade with Africa like that and help Africans come over here. You can't got no jobs, come over here, we'll hook you up. See, we could be, Black Americans, we could be having factories and stuff, and then all them blacks in Africa that's dying in the ocean, trying to go north, trying to go to Spain and Italy and stuff. We could be like, hey, man, you ain't got to go up there to Libya and try to escape. Come over here and work at our factories. So we could be helping Africans come over here that can't get no money there, because see, what a lot of people don't know about Africa is Africa's all teenagers. Y'all ain't know that. See, I be knowing a lot. That's why this sister keep telling me to go to Africa. I'm gonna go to lunch with her, and she ain't gonna never talk to me no more about that, because she don't know as much about it I didn't do as she live over there. Africa is all teenagers. Africa is the youngest landmass in the world. The majority of Africans are teenagers. Ask somebody. That's a fact. They got over 500 million like 15-year-olds. Ask somebody. Would you tell them, G-Rod? See, the average age you got is 16. I'm telling you. So they the futuristic. So we need to be building so we can help them. They can't do nothing. We in the way. We come over there. We'll be in the way. We'll be in the way. The pan and diaspora movement is just nuts. Them is nuts. Anytime a man is broke, G-Rod, but he talk about going somewhere and getting a new house, he's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's a stupid philosophy. Pan-Africanism, diaspora shit, it's all bullshit. Because if you can't do nothing over here, you can't do nothing over there. It's really just that simple. If you can't unite and do nothing over here, you magically go somewhere and do something if you ain't doing nothing. That's all just make-believe. It's all make-believe. It's the problem with it when I first was taught it. The problem is, G-Rod, is that Pan-Africans don't know nothing about Africa, and they have no idea how big Africa is. That's the problem. The problem is they say pan-Africanism, but there ain't really no such thing as Africa. And so that's where I was taught wrong. I was taught Africa. And then after studying stuff, I said, oh, ain't no such thing as Africa. Africa, we looking at the continent and we lumping them together. But when you get over there, it's not like that. It's so big that if you in Nigeria, what the hell do you know about what's going on in the Gambia? You know what I'm saying? You in that, they don't know how big Nigeria is. It's not till they get over there before they go, oh, this is why, G-Ra, this is why I'm teaching about the change. You see how they say, G-Ra, they say, Africans sold their own people. That philosophy is wrong. G-Ra, that philosophy, where they keep saying Africans sold their own people is wrong. If I'm in Nigeria, and I go to war and I catch somebody from Senegal, that's not my people. But we thinking the Nigerians and Senegalese is Africans. No, they not. That's a long way from Nigeria to Senegal. But black people don't know how big Africa is. Like, they don't understand that if you fly from Nigeria to Ethiopia, you'll be flying forever. And the maps is wrong because every place fits in Africa. Every place in the world fits in Africa. On my soul. Every place in the world, fits in Africa. So we change the philosophies as we learn. I'm not staying stuck on no philosophy that I knew once I learned better. And this is what I'm trying to teach black people. No matter what you knew, it gets to the point where you have to realize that you have to adapt your philosophy. You can't just stand on it. You got to stand on the facts when you see the facts. And the facts is every place in the world fits in Africa. And Al-Kebulan means the motherland. And it's called the motherland because it's the biggest land. It's the mother of all land. So if you think on this map, if you in what would be California, you think the next country is like going from California to, Vegas. No. The next country is like going from San Diego all the way up to Seattle or further. It's not close to you. And it's a big ass country. It's not a state. So imagine a country next to a country. See, in America, we thinking on states. We thinking about a state next to a state. Africa is a country next to a country. So when they saying Africans sold their own people, that's a lie. Because there wasn't no Africans. The Nigerians sold other people. They were not considered mentally their people. Pan-Africanism wanted to make you think they Africans. They're not Africans. Africans is the wrong term. Nigerians is Nigerians, and then there's tribes in there. So they're not really even Nigerians. Ethiopians are not really Ethiopians. This is what Rasta talking about. Go to Ethiopia. And Rasta went to Shashamani, and the Aroma hated them, beat them up, bulldozed their Rasta camp. Why? Because the Aroma is not Ethiopian. They're Aroma. Tigrayans is Tigrayans. Amhara are Amhara. Them people are not Ethiopians. But we was taught they're Ethiopians. Aroma do not consider Amhara they people. They are Ethiopians, but no, they are Roma, and they hate Amhara. Amhara hate Tigrayan. For the young black people watching me, I'm giving you knowledge, all right? I'm giving y'all knowledge. Learn. Learn. That's why I don't accept arguments, because arguments hurt the rest of y'all that's watching. Look, I show this all the time. Listen and learn. Boom. Let's take Ethiopia. This is the Ethiopian flag. This is the flag for the country of Ethiopia, right? But guess what? They're not under that flag. They don't deal with that flag. And under that flag is this flag. This is the Amhara flag. The Amhara people in Ethiopia, this is the country's flag. This is the Amhara tribe's flag in Ethiopia. Just to prove my point. They're not the same people. This is the Oromo flag in Ethiopia. This is two Ethiopian tribes in Ethiopia. This is Ethiopia flag. They supposed to be under that flag. They not. They under this flag. They under this flag. Okay, so this is Ethiopia, but the Amhara is under this flag. They don't honor the Ethiopian flag. The Oromo is under this flag. They don't honor the Ethiopian flag. The Tigrayan is under this flag. They don't honor the Ethiopian flag. And this flag don't mess with this flag or this flag. But they all supposed to be under that flag. Now, what y'all think? How they got 4, 5 flags under this flag? So the roster's like, we going to Ethiopia to Shashamani, but Shashamani is in Aroma territory, and Aroma hate Haile Selassie. Therefore, Aroma hate Rastas. And when they first went over there, and I said, I ain't going over there, everybody like, and now they got chased out of there. It's more than that, Joshua. I just didn't want to keep showing all the flags. I'm showing the flags of the main one that's fighting. I'm showing the main flags because this flag just went to war with this flag. A lot of people got hurt with the Tigrayans against the Amhara. And then the Amhara, the Aroma hate them and hate Haile Selassie, so a lot of Rastas got hurt. A lot of Rastas got hurt. So Haile Selassie gave the land to black people, but he gave the land in a place where the people don't like him. So he said black Americans could come to a place that the tribe that don't like him is at, and the place Shashamani is in their territory. This is the Aroma. Shashamani is in their territory. Haile Selassie Amhara. What did the Aroma do to Haile Selassie statue? They tore it up. So imagine you there talking about you a Rasta in a territory with dudes that hate Rastafari. You see what I'm saying? That's why black Americans stay over here where you know what's going on. Stop playing. You know, G-Rod, they play Africa based off of the map. And that's our problem. That's how they taught me wrong as a young black man coming up. They was teaching pan-Africanism, but they didn't teach me the truth. They didn't know. I'm not mad at them. They didn't know. It's for the next generation to really break the knowledge down. But there ain't no such thing as pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is fake. It's not real. Because there's no such thing as Africa. All of these places is individual places. Ain't no Africa. They not Africans. Algerians is Algerians. Libyans is like Libyans. Sudanese is Sudanese. Angolians is Angolians. South Africans is South Africans. Nigerians is Nigerians. Nigerians ain't got nothing to do with Ethiopians. They'll look at you crazy. I remember G-Rod one day when I was driving Uber. This one I really woke up. And it was at night. And I was going into Starbucks to get some coffee. And every time I see African brothers, I speak to them. Hey, brother, where you from? Oh, I'm from Tanzania. Hey, brother, where you from? You know, like that. I'm from Ethiopia. So one day I'm walking in, and in front of me is two Africans. It's a dark brother from West Africa and coming this way, and a light brother from East Africa going this way. So I just know they all the way in Chicago from Africa. Man, do you know? They didn't acknowledge each other, none. And I said, oh, they didn't say nothing. They didn't even look at each other. Whereas me, I'm thinking if I'm in East Africa, I see West Africa, I'll be like, what's up, man? No. They just walked right past each other. Now, I would have spoke to both of them, but they didn't speak to each other. They had nothing in common. I was tripped out. You would have had to been there. I'm just expecting some type of, just nod or something. Hell no. It was like, whoop. I was like, oh. You know what I mean? I was like, oh. But yeah, because that's my fault, bro. He all the way in Ghana or Nigeria. He all the way in Ethiopia. Bro, they don't know each other, okay? The continent don't mean nothing. Just like here. I'm Chicago. We be GDs and stuff. You in LA, you Crips and Bloods. We ain't the same like that. But we closer together than they are. It's LA is closer to me than Ethiopia is to Nigeria. And I got friends in Africa, and the flights is long, y'all. The flights is long. You got to change different money. A lot of stuff you got to do different when you go to the other country. Your money is crazy. And I forgot how I go, but every country they go through, they got to go through something. They can't just go. Like they got to have like a visa to pass through. It's something weird. But Africans can't just go through these countries. Every country, they got to like do something. They can't just freely go to the other African country. Oh, hell no. When they go to another African country, it's just like when we go to, if a brother leave Ethiopia and go to Nigeria, it's just the same way if we go to Nigeria. He don't get no African, like, special, no. He's a foreign visitor. He's a foreigner. When they had all that disturbance in South Africa, that's what they was calling Nigerians and the Ghanaians. They was calling them foreigners. We want these foreigners out of here. They be calling them foreigners. No, I didn't want them to acknowledge each other because revolutionary. No, I expected them. I didn't want them to acknowledge each other. I expected them to acknowledge each other because I was taught bullshit pan-Africanism. I thought they was Africans. And I'm trying to tell y'all, they are not Africans. It's an insult to think they are Africans. It's an insult. They are not Africans. There's no such thing as Africans. That's something that we made up over here looking over there. Just because you look over there and see the continent and say they're Africans does not make it real. They are not Africans. They're not Africans. That's something we made up. We looked at the continent, and I'll tell you something else too. We never looked at the continent like that. If you go back and you look at pan-Africanism, right? Real talk. If you go back and look at pan-Africanism, how do pan-Africanism show Africa? They don't show it like that. Pan-Africanism does not show Africa the way I'm showing Africa. These is facts. These is absolute facts. Pan-Africans do not show Africa the way it is in this picture. And that's what was misleading, the way they show Africa. They don't show Africa like that. Let me show you the problem with Pan-Africa. This is the problem with Pan-Africanism. Let me show you. This real talk. For the smart people, listen and learn. I'm really showing y'all the real psychology. You can't be in your emotions. You got to be to the point where you look at the real psychology. You got to look at the reality. You can't base this stuff off of emotions. You got to look at the reality and stop thinking the way Pan-Africanism been teaching us. Pan-African been teaching us the wrong. That stuff is wrong. It's 100 billion% wrong. See this map? That ain't how they pushed Africa when I was learning Pan-Africanism. They never showed Africa like that. They show a false image of Africa. Period. So people can't learn. This the Africa they should have been showing us. They were showing us this Africa. No countries, right? See, this is the wrong image. This is Africa. A bunch of countries. This is fake. This is a false sense of just, it's a continent. This is false. See, the way the pictures was shown was wrong. See, the picture's wrong. So as a young brother coming up, I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, Africa, Africa. If they would have talked about Africa with this, then you got to have some hard conversations. Because then you got to notice that the whole top is foreigners. So how you going to have Pan-Africanism when Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and Mauritania, all that is foreigners. So what Pan-Africanism? Oh, they didn't took the whole top of the continent. You trying to show red, black, and green Africa, but this ain't red, black, and green. These is all invaders across the top. So why you ain't tell us we need to go over here with all these invaders? They got the biggest military, by the way. Because I'm military-minded, true. And when I look up, try to do pictures of military in Africa, why the biggest militaries is always up there. The militaries with the best planes, the best jets, the best weapons is these militaries across the north. Them people in the southern part of Africa cannot beat Egypt or Algeria or none of them. They'll get decimated. Burkina cannot beat Egypt, never in their life. Ethiopia even scared to go to war with them. Egypt will probably destroy Ethiopia. How long did it take for me to understand that perspective? Really, when I seen the two Africans didn't talk to each other and I kept doing research about slavery. And when I did more further research about slavery, that's when I found out, Quaylen, that the Africans was going to war, was having wars. And then when you have wars, you capture the other soldiers. So the Africans had captured the other soldiers, and the enemy that was killing them that they captured at the war, those was the people they sold to the Portuguese. They didn't just wasn't snatching black people, selling to the Portuguese. The first slaves that the Portuguese got was the enemies of the tribe that they came in contact to. So I'm warm with dude on them over there. They killed our village, burnt a bunch of us up, did all kind of stuff to our women and children. We fought back. We captured a bunch of them. We won. We stopped the war. We got a bunch of them. And then you come and we sell them. So we were selling our prisoners. Same in Europe. That's why I tell you, go watch The Last Kingdom. Because in The Last Kingdom was the same thing. Them whites that was rowing them ships with slaves. They have them chained up in the bottom of the ship. They were sold by the other whites they had went to war with. So even in Europe, whites was going to war with whites. And when they captured you, they make you a slave or treat you any kind of way. You can't say, oh, they was doing it to their own people. No. The British and the Danes is white, but they not their own people. The Danes is the Danes and the British is the British. They both white, but they are not white people, okay? They are Danes and British. They are not white people. They didn't become white until slavery and all that. Then they made us white. But in reality, no. Exhibit A. The Russians is white, and so is the Ukrainians. Why they ain't kumbaya? Why is the Russians killing them white people? They own people according to slavery. If you say that the West Africans were selling their own people, why you ain't saying that Russia killing their own people? They are white. How many people are dead in Ukraine? How many young men? They ain't even got no young men to fight no more. They decimated their whole young. Why y'all don't say that the Russians is unaliving their own people? Why they get a pass, but the Africans is, what's the difference? That's the best example, because they not white. They're Ukrainians and Russians. You know what I'm saying? Hey, they not Africans. They Nigerians and Senegalese, South African, Congolese, Ethiopian, Eritrean. That's what they are. They not Africans. And I already know that. So if I go to Africa, I'll be cool because I already know they're not Africans. So I already know when I go to Nigerian, I'm kicking it with the Nigerians. Okay? I'm not kicking it with the Africans if I'm in Nigeria. So I'm finna come in on some Nigerian stuff, learn me some Nigerian words, try to holler at a Nigerian chick if I can, unless I'm with a woman already, and do Nigerian stuff. Give me some Nigerian food, and I'm going to Nigeria. I'm not going to Africa. I can't go to Africa. Think about it. I cannot go to Africa. I got to land in the country, right? Well, that's where I went. That's just like you fly from London and you come to Chicago to about you went to America. You did not go to America. You went to Chicago. Okay? You went to Chicago. You did not go to America. America's not like Chicago. If you go to New Orleans, you went to New Orleans. Not like Chicago. It's New Orleans. You didn't go to America. You could go see America, but you can't go to America. You could visit different places in America, but you can only go to where the plane lands. Basically. So that's why I'm against reparations. Repatriation and going back to Africa. I'm against it. I'm against going back to Africa because the only way Black Americans can go to Africa successfully is to be talk about it, and then all they want to go to the same place where you have some power. But if this one go to Ghana and this one go to Nigeria and this one go to Kenya, you're gonna be powerless, scattered all. You ain't gonna be, Now, if a bunch of us gonna go to one particular country, that'd be cool, but we gotta have military, because it's tribalism, and a beef can start just like that. Because you know people don't know how to act. So you go to Nigeria. All Nigerians don't know how to act. All Black Americans don't know how to act. So now some Nigerians going to do some funky stuff to the Black Americans. Some Black Americans are going to do funky stuff to Nigerians. And because y'all from different places, you're going to make it a whole Nigerian against Black American thing. Instead of somebody saying, no, it was a stupid African American. It was a stupid Nigerian. Let's leave. No. People going to go tribal. We sleep on the fact that the youth in Africa, I don't give a damn about the youth in Africa. They way in motherfucking Africa. I'm not thinking about nobody way over there. Pan-Africanism is nut shit. Where brothers be thinking about a motherfucker way over there in his own neighborhood. You ain't got no stores, you ain't got no gas stations or nothing where you at. You talking about Africa. You think about Africa. Then when you go to Africa, Mr. White Man, can I get on your plane and go to Africa? Man, bye. Bye. Don't y'all listen to Uncomplicated. Don't listen to him. Because dudes like that, I grew up with dudes like that. In 20, 30 years now, he'll still be here. Because if he wanted to go to Africa, he'd be gone. Don't listen to him. That's another thing about Pan-Africans. They just all Pan, no African. Like Dr. Umar. How long Dr. Umar gonna not go to Africa and keep talking about you're Pan-African? He could have been gone, right? You love Africa. Bye. I come up with rosters, Africa. They still in Jamaica. They still in California. Africa. Pan-Africanism is some of the most phoniest shit you'll ever see in your life. Because they'll talk that to try to look, I'm Black, but they won't never leave. How am I care? You cannot care for nobody that you don't know and that you ain't around and that you can't help. That's all fake. I can't even care for nobody in Los Angeles. I can't even care for nobody in Chicago if I'm on the south side and the west side. I don't know what the hell going on. All that's just make-believe nonsense, G-Rod. If I'm on the south side of Chicago, how am I care about somebody on the west side? How am I even know what they're going through? What is some kind of special news flash on the west side? This is happening. Attention, south side. Come on, man. That's all bullshit. You don't even know what's going on in your neighbor's house. That's on the same block. That's all just people trying to sound Black, Black, fake Blacks, Black men. We all stick together, man, And then when you meet the brother, try to do some of these super Black people, tell them to show you 20 people they working with right where they at. I bet you they ain't doing shit. They gonna come over here, yeah, we super Black and we need to do all this. And then you go meet the brother, nigga don't know nobody, ain't got no businesses going on in his community, can't call 20 people to do nothing where he live at. But he talking some global bullshit. Man, we Africans, we can do all this stuff all over the world. And then you go to the brother's community, he can't even do nothing on his block. I ain't trying to hear that. Please stop coming over here with that. I'm gonna start disrespecting you. Don't come over here with the fake shit because you're not about that. With all due disrespect. I don't want to hear no fake. Listen, I've been doing this. I don't want to hear that shit. Especially for somebody that ain't standing on nothing, they ain't been doing it. Y'all got to understand who you're talking to. I don't want to hear it. Okay? So don't come over here with none of that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Because you're just talking. What make you think I want to hear that? I'm really that. I keep telling y'all I've been doing this. What you said fake, I really lived this. This me in 1980. This me in 1980. Look, here you go with this weirdo stuff. It sounds like niggas and gave up a long time ago. Bro, you're not doing shit. You too, listen, bro. Why I'm going to listen to somebody? You too scared to even use your real name. You ain't nobody, bro. Your name is Uncomplicated Reality. Listen, bro. Get out of here. You bootleg. You not really standing on none, bro. Stop lying to these people with your scary ass. You ain't no revolutionary. You a scary punk, right? You ain't no revolutionary. You ain't no revolutionary, bro. You scary. You ain't standing on nothing. And you trying to interrupt me. And when I'm talking, bro, no, I ain't trying to help you do shit. Bro, when you see me talking, say this way, don't keep saying that way. Because you ain't no revolutionary, because you get did dirty just for that. Don't you come in front of my audience, no little boy, you ain't got no goddamn nothing to stand on to show me who you are. When I tell these people something, you shut the fuck up. This is called Pharaoh said that. This ain't called unapologetically weirdo nothing. Go get your own channel, General. You so smart. Listen, bro, you done got on my nerves. Come back in 30 minutes. Go smoke a cigarette outside with the bombs or something. With that fake positive shit. Nigga, you ain't none of that. You gonna still be in America faking. You ain't going nowhere, bro. Bro, you ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. You just over here talking that bullshit. Yeah, I'm emotional. I do you dirty. I'll only tell you one time to shut up, bro. I only tell you once to shut up. You know what I'm saying? Go somewhere, go find a Pan-African page. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hear that, bro. I wouldn't go nowhere with you for sure. Uncomplicated reality. Some old nut, bro. What is uncomplicated reality? Shut up. What's your mother's name? Her name confused, misinformed. His daddy name is undeniable lost. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole family full of weirdos. Bro, if you don't shut up talking to me while I'm over here talking to these people. No, I got him out of here, period, man. He all disrespectful. And like where I'm from, you want to be disrespectful, come to the rack, give me your low, and then really get disrespectful. That's where I'm from. You want to get disrespectful, pull up and find out the hard way. And that's why I never, why would I want to go to Africa with him? That's what I'm trying to show you. Because he ain't never going nowhere. And you don't know if it's even a black person. You don't know who the hell that is. So when these brothers come with all them fake names and all that, and I be trying to talk, and a dude, I say, man, we need to do this now. He say, yeah, but this and this and that. I let it slide. Then we need to do that. And yeah, but this is this and that. And it's like, bro, why you don't get your own page? I keep seeing you stepping on me while I'm talking to my audience. This is my audience, brother, I built. Don't bring your weak ass in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This the rack, boy. This Chicago ain't nothing changed, okay? I got PTSD. I'm really that. Okay? Been that. On the dark side, on the bright side. I've always been about that action. Period. Ain't nothing changed. He wouldn't want no smoke then. He don't want no smoke. Now he never want no smoke with me. I'm really that. And that, you can see the Africa on my neck. And that was a false philosophy. And all them brothers that I did this Pan-African stuff with for 40 years, they ain't never went to Africa. Imagine being a Pan-African for 40 years and nobody never went. The ones that did let go came back. Bunny Whaler came back. Rita Marley came back. All my brethren and sisters move over there came back. Nobody stayed. These are facts. The rosters in Shashamani, when they all went, I said that they all left. It's only a handful of them there. Because what? The Ethiopians bulldozed their thing down. The Ethiopians did not respect their Pan-African talk. My responsibility is to tell Y'all the facts. Somebody need my record collection. Now what you need to do is get a life and stop playing with me. I'm telling y'all the facts. I'm not going to tell y'all what sound good. See, let me tell y'all something. People like to tell you what sound good. So I could be full of it, come tell you, yeah, we got to be strong Black Africans. I could do that to you. I could come and I can have 2,000 people over here and tell. That's why I don't got that many people. That's why I got that many people. Right. Because Ethiopians is over here with Ethiopian restaurants. It's 100,000 Ethiopians in Washington, D.C. So why would I go to Ethiopia? Why would I go to Africa when Africans is coming this way? So this is why a lot of people don't like me, because I'm telling y'all the facts. And the reason nobody challenged me, because I'm boots on the ground. And they little boys. And they know face to face. I'm going to call them little boys. I'm going to lay down my rank and file. I'm going to be like, where was you here? Oh, you wasn't there. Where was you there? Oh, you wasn't there. You not that. Okay? I could tell them more people that left Africa than they could tell me people that went to Africa. Ain't nobody stay in Africa. Pan-Africanism was a mistake because we thought Africa was this. But Africa is this. There's no such thing as Africa. It's a place with a lot of countries. And Pan-Africanism makes you think it's Africa. But when you go to South Africa, you in South Africa. You're not in Africa. And that's why Pan-Africanism is flawed. Because there's a whole bunch of tribes and all of that. And Africa makes it sound unified. But how is Africa unified with a whole bunch of Arabs running this shit and Chinese and everybody over there? So what do you mean Africa? You're talking about Africa for the Africans. What about Egypt then? What about Libya? What about Algeria? What about up there where they chasing the black people out of Libya right now? I thought y'all said Africa for the Africans. Why ain't the Pan-Africans going to Libya and fighting with the black people being chased out of Libya? That's Africa. No, these punk revolutionaries, they're going to go to Nigeria and walk around with them dashiki on. That's Pan-Africanism. Dress up like Dr. Umar. That's why I took all that. See, I never wore African shit. I always wear military. You see, I got green on because I'm a military. I do military. Whether I got a shirt or a town clothes, if you watch me, I always got on green. I'm about that action. Been like that. My job is to tell Black Americans the truth. Why would I let y'all waste all that time I wasted? Pan-Africanism was a waste of time. Pan-Africanism is bad for Black Americans because when you're planning to go somewhere, you won't work as hard as you can here. You won't try to invest here. You won't run the gas stations here. You won't take over business here because you're dreaming to go to Africa. So many of us, we didn't invest here. This Babylon. We want to go to Africa. So we let the Arabs come and take over our community. We let everybody come on. We should have took over the community. It take a big man to tell you that what I was doing was wrong. Period. If I knew what I know now, I never would have did Pan-Africanism. I would have respected Africa, but I would have concentrated on here. Pan-Africanism was a waste. The only benefit I get out of it is to make sure y'all don't mess with it. Pan-Africanism is a horrible concept. Period. Because Pan-Africanism have to start in Africa. Kwame Nkrumah's dead. So now I don't roll with no dead motherfucker. He got shot. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Sekou Touré, all them, brah! Idi Amin, chase out the country. Real revolutionary concepts. Now I don't roll with no motherfucker dead. No. I only roll with the living. I don't roll with no dead motherfucker that got killed. The idea that you want to go and follow somebody that got killed is ridiculous. He failed because Africa ain't ready. So why would I emulate somebody that was pretending Africa was something it's not? And the same thing gonna happen to dude in Burkina. He gonna catch one in the back of his head, okay? And don't nobody like when I say that. That dude in Burkina is gonna be out of here. Not because I want it to be, that's what's gonna happen. Because he's surrounded by snakes. And Europe gonna put a bag on his head. And your second and third in command want to be the leader. They want to be the leader. They want your wife a lot of times. Same haters over here as everywhere in the world. So now I don't roll with none of that shit. I don't run with Sankara, none of that. I don't roll with none of that shit. All that shit failed. As a military strategist, when you watch something and it fail, you don't go keep repeating it. What about him? Let me take a break. What about him? Man, let me tell you something. Ra Amin named me. He named me. I used to call myself a Kenaton. And a sister here, Kaisha, brought him to do a lecture. This way back in the 80s. It's probably like, this like in the 80s, like 80, 81. Had some chairs, rented some fold-up chairs, and he spoke at her house. I was calling myself a Kenaton. I wanted to go legally change my name. I changed my name in 82, legally, to Pharaoh El-Aton. I call myself a Kenaton, but a Kenaton was cool because I'm vegan and all that. But I wanted to find a name. So I went to Brother Ra and I said, I'm looking for a name. And he looked at me and he said, you real militant and strong. You Ramesses. So Pharaoh is my first name, which is my title, like king. But my first name is Ramesses. And my last name is El-Aton. So I put the fire from Ramesses with the cosmic vibe from Akhenaten. Yeah, I don't care nothing about what he wrote because I'm not listening to nobody no more, including him. I'm the man now. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. I'm not listening to nobody. I'm Big Pharaoh now. I'm not a little boy no more. See, all that listening to people was way back then. I'm not listening to nobody no more. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Just do it. I don't care nothing about what you talking about. I'm the man now. I pay my dues. I'm not listening to nobody. I listened. I read Dr. Ben. I did that. That's over. Young black man, don't keep listening your whole damn life or you worthless. What is you out here for if you ain't going to step up into the leadership position? You just going to stay a follower? I'm 67. I'm not listening to shit to nobody unless they make some sense. And a lot of times if they ain't putting no time in, how much sense they got to make? You got to put time in. It's just like I ain't never been to prison, but I'm sure if you go to prison and you're in there the first week, can you compete with dudes been in there 10 years? You got to wait for you learn whatever he experienced. So now I'm not doing no more listening. As young brothers, you're supposed to take in, then your day come where you put out. Don't keep taking in to, what is you doing? We take in knowledge like you breathe in to breathe out. You're supposed to take in knowledge Then you're supposed to put it out. And you don't let no young motherfucker that ain't took no knowledge in try to shut you up when he ain't got no skin in the game. He don't got no skin in the game. He might not even be real like that. Because for one, how many people you think started like this with me still like that? How many people you think still plant-based, still got their shit on their head? How many people you think ain't got no slave? How many people you think I came up with starting in 78 when I started growing my dreadlocks? 47 years I've been in. How many people you think is still on that? Started with me and still there? Simple question. How many people that was standing with me back then is still on that? Yeah. Think about that. Hardly none. Hardly none. You can count them on one or two hands. All the other ones, been gone. Africa, gone. Vegan, next time you see me, got chicken salad. I'm just telling you. So that's why I'm standing on it like that, because I've been standing on it like that. You know how many years, I couldn't work for nobody. I ain't had a job since then. Now, if you ain't standing like that, I don't want to talk to you. You can't walk in my shoes. I had to go out here and get it the hard way. I had to create my own employment in the 70s, late 70s, to keep my dreads. I had to not go places because ain't nobody got no vegan food. I ain't been to a Christmas. I ain't been to a Christmas or a Thanksgiving or nothing since 1970 something. On my soul. I ain't been to no Christmas party, none of that shit. Not with my sister, my mama, none of that. That's just a fact. What Ethiopian cross in my background pictures? I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just telling y'all, Pan-Africanism is just not real. I'm not telling you that just because I want to say that. That's a fact. Pan-Africanism was born in my generation, okay? Pan-Africanism comes from Steve Biko. Steve Biko made up Pan-Africanism, okay? As far as Black consciousness. Of course, you had Pan-Africanism back before Garvey and them brothers. But in the modern times, it was like Steve Biko, he had the whole Black conscious mentality. But Marcus Garvey never made it to Africa. The only one made it to Africa was W.B. Du Bois. Nobody ever went to Africa and accomplished nothing substantial because the Black man don't want to have no military. If you're not militant, why would I go somewhere with a pussy? And you don't got to go to Africa to be militant. You can't even defend yourself over here. You's a punk over here. And if you's a punk in America, you're going to be a punk in Africa. I got my friends, she keep trying to tell me to go to Africa. I'm telling her, my great-granddaddy had guns. My daddy had guns. So I'm not going to Africa. We got guns in America. Over here where I'm at right now, you come over here, the neighbors coming out, they popping. Americans got weapons. Africans ain't got no guns. But the French can come in with guns. The British can come in with guns. The Chinese walk around with guns. But the Black Africans ain't got no guns. And the military in Africa that got guns get them from the white man or the Chinese man. Because they don't make no weapons. So I'm not going nowhere talking about fighting, but I got to get my guns from Putin. I got to get my guns from China. I got to go beg somebody for my guns. I got to beg this guy to fight this guy, but these two guys is in cahoots. Same old thing the Native Americans went through. That's what Africa's doing. Africa over there begging for weapons, but they ain't nothing but some hoes because ain't anybody give you something, they gonna want something in return. Let's take a break. Nobody giving you nothing. When Africa realize that, they'll be all right. But nobody gonna give you nothing. Nobody gonna give you nothing. Then you're gonna have to pay for that. The fact is this, the real revolutionary thing to do is for Africans to come over here and lock in with us and stop hating. That is the revolutionary move. Because America's small compared to Africa. Africans come over here and we be one, we could run over here. We could run America. If we breed, if Africans come over here and we breed together, if Africans came over here and we married and went to churches together and did stuff and became one and breeded and turned 48 million Black Americans to like 100 million Blacks, 150 million Blacks, I can't talk about will they do. All I can talk about is what will work. I don't mix up what would work with whether they do it or not. That's not how you strategically, that's not how you talk. MD, you don't ever talk about whether it get done. When you give a suggestion, that's it. The suggestion stand on its own. You don't turn around and then shoot down the suggestion, start guessing, well, will they do that? You don't do that. It's not, I didn't say they're going to do it. I said this was what will work. That has nothing to do with whether you'll do it or not. That's a whole different conversation. So we got to be to the point that we can talk about what will work. We don't have to talk about whether we'll do it or not, because now we're not going to do it if we don't what? Admit what? That it'll work. So is it tribalism between our Black race or imperial? No. No, what keeps us separated is bills. And what keeps us separated is unity is fake. Just do it. Unity is fake. Unity is something you got to work for. You're not going to unify. You're going to get up tomorrow. You got to go to work. Show me this week where you got time to unite. Just do it. They always talk about unite. Show me in real time how you unite. What day do we do it? Everybody work a different day. Everybody work a different hour. We all over the country. How do I unite with people on YouTube that live all the way in New Jersey? I'm in Chicago. This one tell you how we do that. We all got to go to work. We got children, got wives, we got husbands. We might be going to school. So when people talk about unite, that be fake. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to help the young generation stop listening to this talk, analyze the talk, and you're going to see it's just talk. You're going to see that people like to say it, they don't think it through, right? They don't think it through. So when they say, we need to do this and we need to do that, how? The only way we can do any type of unity would be in your little community, and you would have to make a sacrifice that on Sunday evening at 2, the brothers in the community gonna meet to find out if you can buy gas station. You have to start out, you got to crawl before you can walk, but you have to do it in your community. You can't be in Texas talking about linking up with me in Chicago. Now we just talking ideological stuff that ain't never gonna really go nowhere. For me, unity for black people is whatever black man that can get together and buy these gas stations or stores in the community. Let's start with something we could really do instead of all this big dreaming, but never doing what we can really do. Because the Arabs ain't dreaming. They going and buying the gas stations. They ain't dreaming about going to Saudi Arabia doing no mystical, magical stuff. They come here, they say, let's get our money together and get that gas station. Koreans, let's come here, let's get the hair stuff and sell them hair stuff. I think we need to start there. Because if you go to Africa and you want to buy a generator and stuff like that in Ghana, you're going to have to go to foreigners. You ain't going to even be able to buy it from the Africans. You ain't going to be able to buy it from the Africans. You got to go buy it from the Asians and the people from India and the Pakistanis and them. Control all of the electronic and gas-powered stuff in Africa and Ghana. How do you create a co-op? You work for somebody? Do you work same way you create? What do you mean, how do you create a co-op? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand your question, bro. Your question, like, what do you mean, how do you start a co-op? I don't understand your question. Like, what you mean? How you start a band, bro? How you start anything? How did co-ops start co-ops? Because you got co-ops. How did they start them? How do brothers get a basketball team together, go play at the YMCA every weekend? I mean, what? Same way they go play basketball every weekend, they could be sitting down planning to do a co-op. So I don't understand what you asking me. I don't understand what you asked me. Same way you start a business or anything else. You go solicit people and start a business. So you asked me a question. I don't know, how am I supposed to answer that? Like, think about that question. Let me ask you that. How do you do it? See what I'm saying? This is our problem right there. The same way you go to the club and drink together, the same way you go to the strip club together, the same way you sitting around kikiing on the holidays, you could be starting a co-op. Instead of getting together on Christmas, instead of getting together, let's barbecue, get together, because y'all can do that. Just do it. Just do it. Y'all can get together, but you just choose to get together and play all the time. You choose to get together, go to strip club, get together, go. When I look up, I be seeing black people together all the time, making it rain on chicks. I always see y'all together. So ask me, how could you get together and do something positive? Maybe by stop getting together doing negative, stupid shit all the time. Maybe when you get together, instead of getting together to have fun, that's why I don't hang with black men like that. Because the only time they want to get with you is for bullshit. Man, let's come over, watch the game. But when you tell them, come over, let's do some business, you don't want to come. So you ask me, how can I get other people to do something? See, that's why the question is hard to answer. Because you ask me, how can I get a bunch of people to do something? Right. You say it's hard to find other people because I'm talking to the other people, bro. Just do it. I'm talking to the other people. See what I'm saying? The people you say won't do nothing, they're the ones I'm talking to. I'm talking to them because they ain't, you know what I'm saying? I mean, listen. The main reason black Americans is in this point, where we at, because you go get jobs. And when you go get a job, you become a robot. It's a difference between a man that go get a job and a man that got to make a job. And the black man in America go get a job. Other men make a job. So when the Arabs come over here, they make a job. They go get a bodega. They go, these people, a lot of these people, when they come, they create a job. We go get a job. But once you go get a job, and then the job mentality, then you got a girlfriend or a wife, now your whole mentality is just go get y'all shit, go home and play Barbie and Ken, and that's it. You're not going to be able to get no man chasing no woman that they both begging somebody else for a job to do nothing. They already work for the system. So the idea that these brothers and sisters are going to stop working for the system to get together with us and do something, that's not going to happen. Those of us that got that kind of man got to find each other and just do it and build from there. And then if we build, now we can hire them. It's like a military. You don't build a whole military. You build the main one, then you recruit into that. But it's a mind state first. And Pan-Africanism is anti-bill for Black Americans. Pan-Africanism is a horrible concept because it has you dreaming about something instead of working. So I feel like Pan-Africanism was like one of the worst things I ever learned. I feel like it messed up a large part of my life with Pan-Africanism. If I knew what I was telling y'all, oh man. But a lot of brothers ain't hearing me. If I knew what I was telling y'all, if I knew that when I was what I know now, and I'm telling y'all, if I knew that, things would have been way different. I don't regret it because you live your life, and I enjoyed everything I did. It was worth it because I couldn't tell y'all unless I did it. But Pan-Africanism is ridiculous. Because why would our first priority should be trade? Why would my first priority be to go live with Africans rather than trade with Africans? Make it make some sense. Our first priority as Blacks in Africa, Blacks in the Caribbean, and Blacks in America is to get some resources and trade with each other. That should be our first priority. You get some gold and some shea butter and stuff and send it to me and let me sell it. You get some stuff in Jamaica, send it to me. I get stuff here that you ain't got Jamaica, sent to you. I get stuff here that you ain't got Africa, sent to you. That's how everybody else grows. We should be trading, and you can do that with a small group, and that'll turn huge. 20 years is huge. But as far as moving from one country to the next, for Black Americans, the best thing would be Africans move over here if they come with love. If they come to take jobs with the Europeans from us, now they sellouts. That's why brothers calling them tethers and stuff, because these brothers and sisters coming from Africa and stuff, they coming over here kissing ass, saying, I'm going to be a better slave than the African American, and trying to replace me on the plantation instead of come so we could build our own. Neither one of us got to be on the plantation. And that's the beef that we having with Black immigrants. The beef we got with Black immigrants is they coming over here because we doing good, then they ain't literally respecting us. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't even want to come over here. And so as a Black American, the problem we got with other Blacks is that we was in the belly of the beast. We was the Blacks in the worst situation. And we rose to the top. And the other Blacks became jealous instead of proud. And it's like, how could an African that know that some of their people was taken from there and came and made it and doing good, how could you turn around and hate on me? When the reality is, punk, they took them from over there where you was at, and you couldn't even fight to keep your own people over there. So don't come acting crazy when your punk ass is over there letting them rob you in Africa. So that's my problem I got with Black Africans when they want to talk. Like, bruh, you over there getting punked in Africa. So don't dare come over here tripping, because you ain't standing on nothing. They're in Africa robbing you blind. Okay? So don't come over here trying to beat on your chest while your babies is over there being abused, and you coming over here with your chest stuck out while Shorty and them over there being abused. And you want to come over here running your mouth. Talking about Black Americans, when you ain't standing on nothing, and the Congo got all them riches, and you let them people just punk your people right over there. You know what I'm saying? And you let people over there doing like that, you got your nerve to come over here from Africa talking crazy. So come over from Africa talking crazy. Black Africans, you the biggest punk in the black whole thing. They punking you because Africa the one got all the natural resources, and you letting them just come in and do whatever. You ain't coming over here trying to build no strength to go back over there and do nothing. You coming over here, I don't know what you doing. You coming over here, Africans come over here to live off of everything that America's stealing from Africa, which is like, bro, you coming over here living off your own stolen goods. You coming over here buying wedding rings and stuff with that's your goal, bro. Why is you buying wedding rings and engagement rings when you the one supposed to be selling them? That's what blows me about Africans. Like we in a foreign land. Now some more say it ain't foreign, but it is foreign once somebody come over and erase your knowledge and split you up and breed you and split you up and breed you and split you up and breed you. But we here. But these people is actually coming from a continent that's being robbed. And it's fine. I think they should be able to come over here. But the idea that you ain't trying to fight or you ain't trying to work with us to try to figure out how to help the people over there and how to turn it into something economical, that's the part I don't understand. And they all on Twitter trying to call us, you know what I'm saying? A kata. It's like, what do you mean this is a kata? What do you mean a kata? What's the difference in picking cotton and you got your babies doing this? See, that kind of foolishness. You know, brothers need to stop. You know what I'm saying? I got love for my brothers everywhere, but they need to stop. They need to stop. As far as I see it, for blacks all over the world, the main people they should have respect for is us. We've been through enough. Last thing we need is our brothers and sisters come over here on top of everything we've been through in this country. You wasn't even here until the smoke got clear. You know what I'm saying? And so for you to come when the smoke got clear and now talking, I ain't got no respect for it. Because we used to have to fight when I was little to go to school and stuff. Y'all wasn't here. Wasn't no Africans and no Caribbean people here in the 50s and the 60s when the OGs was fighting back and forth at these schools. The black immigrants didn't show up until the coast got clear in the 70s. I'm telling you. After we did all that fighting and got civil rights and got good jobs and stuff, that's when they all came. But when it was smoke, they the one trying to come over here then. They waited and say, oh, they doing good. They survived. You know, it's like some people watch you go into slavery and think you just dead. And then they find out, oh, you lived and you're doing good. Oh, I'm going to go over there like that. It's kind of You know, it kind of got that bitter feeling to it. It's like, punk, you showed up late. Where you was? And then you come hating and shit. Because for sure, the division between the Black Americans and the Africans is mostly the children did it, but the Africans is the most bogus. They foul. The Africans is foul. Because, like I said, there was a time where pan-Africanism was big between a lot of us, and they never got in it. They never showed up. There was like pro-Black pan-African stuff all over the United States. Africans wouldn't come really. They would come to sell their stuff, but you could tell they wasn't there as a part of the movement. They was just there to make money. So they would come to all these Black events and sell their little pictures and shit, but they would just stay behind their booths. Like, you know, 3 Africans, they wasn't socialized. They wasn't a part of the socialized. They was just there. Oh, y'all like African stuff? Hey, my brother, you want to buy this? Hey, my brother, look at this dress. Just selling us shit. Right? So they really, Africans killed the Pan-African movement because after a while, Black Americans seen they wasn't into it, that we was into it more than them. So it's like all these Africans came and started coming to all the pro-Black stuff, and then they made Blacks don't want to go to Africa. We're like, oh, we got to go with them. They stank. They stank acting. Not smell stank, but you know what I mean, attitude. Because back when I used to be vending, that's where we made a lot of money, at reggae shows and these pro-Black, you know, Kwanzaa and stuff like that. And the Africans started coming, but they never was like everybody else. The brothers from the Nation of Islam and the Hebrew Israelite brothers and the Rastas, we all like family, but the Africans only stay behind their booth and sell African stuff. One time I went to a festival and they wanted the brother to move so the ambulance could come through, and they had to force him move the African brother stuff. And he said, y'all ain't nothing but some slaves anyway. At the Miles Davis show with Miles Davis and Before I Let Go. And you know what I'm saying? They had a big show. Frankie Beverly and Mays and Miles Davis and a bunch of artists. Downtown Chicago. These brothers from Africa is blocking like the drive, like it's grass. Then there's a drive-through, and the firemen come and say, y'all can't stay right here because if somebody gets sick or something, we got to be able to get an ambulance in because there's going to be thousands of people downtown Grant Park. So I moved over, everybody moved over, but the African brothers and sisters didn't want to move. Now, this was 2 Black American brother and sister had an organization throwing this big festival downtown. So that's big for us. Like, oh, some brothers and sisters having a big show downtown Grant Park. Miles Davis, like big stuff. So we kept telling the brothers and sisters, just move up on the grass. No, we're not moved. We're not moved. Bro, the fire marshal said you can't stay here on this where the driveway at. Just move over. All they had to move over was a little bit. No. So the sister and the brother had to call some people to take their stuff and kick them out. And when the security came and started moving their stuff, they said, you Black Americans is nothing but slaves anyway. Now look, you've been thinking that. Why'd you come to a Miles Davis show and a Frankie Beverly show, but you don't like us? Because you had to been thinking that already. None of us was thinking nothing about Africans. We was just thinking those particular Africans was some assholes. We wasn't thinking Africans because there was other brothers and stuff from Africa. They wasn't doing that. So we didn't really generalize like you Africans. We like y'all 4 people or 8 people. Y'all tripping, move the stuff over. The brothers say, you African Americans ain't nothing but some slaves anyway. I wasn't in it. I was just standing there. That's when I got in it. That's when I rolled up on dude, you know what I'm saying? And the sisters say, no, don't whoop them out here. That's when I rolled up on the African brother. What? But you in Chicago, what? Like that. Ooh, I started going off, man. I couldn't believe he called us slaves out there. I started going off. You know, that brother apologized to me for 3 years. I told him, man, get your ass off my face. I was nice. Because if I did that in Africa, they'll poison me or something. But he come here all disrespectful, out of black. You know what I'm saying? All he had to do was move his stuff over. So I'm saying all that to say, why would I want to go to Africa and deal with these negative experiences and confuse that with pan-Africanism? They don't all call us cotton pickers, only some. They don't call us cotton pickers, but they miscalculated when they came here. Like when they first came to Chicago, they would be on the north side. We live on mostly on the south side. They would be on the north side. But what happened is, this is what happened. Africans came from Africa, came here. They was on the north side. They had their little shops selling shea butter and stuff like that, right? I'm going to show you some real politics, right? Selling their African wares. While they was over here doing that, the Chinese went into Africa. The Chinese went into Africa and started taking over. So now the Chinese got the shea butter and everything from Africa. So the Chinese started sending all that stuff to the Chinese in Chicago, in all these cities. So they was selling the African stuff. I swear to God. They went to Africa to shut down Africans all over the world. And they went and stole everything out, used their military, right? They able to do it because they got the Chinese embassy backing them. So they can go into Africa, steal all the shea butter, steal all the cocoa butter and all that. And then they send it to the Chinese. Now the Africans can't do that business no more. The Chinese run that business. I'm telling you, man, I was looking for some shea butter and I went to a store and I thought it was going to be some Africans. I went there, was all Asians and they had all this different cocoa butter. Look, it said African Care cocoa butter. Look, they had all the cocoa butter. They just had aisles and aisles of all kind of oils, black soap, African soap, all that, all Chinese. On the north side where the Africans used to run. So they backdooring them, let them come over here. They go to Africa, take the stuff, then overpower you. This is what I was saying earlier. So the Africans should be sending us the stuff. Then the Chinese wouldn't be able to do it because the brothers and sisters, they're going to come buy it from me before they buy it. A sister going to buy shea butter from me before she buy it from a Chinese. I'm going to just keep it real. So black people globally, we got to get ourselves together. We just ain't got together, but it's 48 million black Americans. It's about 1 billion black Africans. Ain't no way the small 48 million supposed to be trying to care or help the billion. Period. I'm not doing no help Africa, nothing. They the big brother and big sister. They got the most people. They got to be the ones reach out. If they don't reach out, why should a small group have to reach out to all them? So that whole concept is wrong. We got to put pressure on black Africans. You either reach out or get the hell out of here. Period. Because they the ones supposed to reach out. They got the majority. They own the land with all the natural resources. So I don't even like the idea that just a small bit of us, 48 million, supposed to do all this for pan-Africanism. I'm not with that. 48 million people cannot save 1 billion. Period. We cannot help Africa. Black Africans got to help Africa. And I can't see myself running around trying to do that with all the problems we got over here. We got our own issues going on. And ain't no Jamaicans or no Africans are not going to come help us with our issues in our community, our issues with these police and shit. They going to get caught up in the same issues with the police. Just give us some time. But we really got to concentrate. We got to concentrate. We ain't got no time for that. And not just them, the Pan-Africans that I was with, some of the Jamaicans was fake. Some of the Jamaicans, out of 100%, I'd say about 30% 25, 30%, they wasn't no Pan-Africans. They was just Jamaicans. And they looked at us as Yankees too. Talking all that black roster shit and didn't even like Black Americans at all. I went to a concert. In the hood at Garfield Park. They have these festivals, and they had a Caribbean group performing. So the brother got up there, all these black people from Chicago and all over there, but mostly black Chicagoans, and it's Africans and everybody there. But you're in Chicago, so most of these black people in Chicago. So the brother got up there and say, yeah, Trinidad in the house, yeah, everybody, yeah, Jamaican house, yeah, Virgin Island house, yeah. And then he just starts singing. We like, oh, so he ain't gonna shout out to Black America. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say Black America. He didn't say nothing. I'll never forget that. I said, this man in Chicago at our park, at our hood, with us out here, and he only shouted out to Caribbean people. And my woman told me, no, don't do that, what I was gonna do. We ain't like, that's why I say they killed it. No, nobody there that was mad. That was it. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. During that era, they killed any relationship between blacks and Africa. Black Americans, that relationship is dead because of the reggae scene. Because of the reggae scene and the black culture scene, because they did not really respect the people who land they was on when they was having it, it killed it. Black Americans don't start hating Jamaicans and Africans. They was like, man, fuck them. The clubs got emptier and emptier. The Jamaicans got deported because they was doing a bunch of violence and shit, talking black shit, but doing a bunch of shooting and violence. And Black America was like, okay, that's over. Because it was at an all-time high back when they had Murder, She Wrote. Black Americans was riding, but it wasn't no love there. There wasn't no love like that. Some of the Jamaicans is cool, but all the bad apples ruin everything. And in that type of environment, you ain't got no negative Black Americans because these is Caribbean-like events. So every Black American is interested. But the people that from the Caribbean community and the Africans is they kind of event. So they stank acting to people that's coming to their stuff. You know what I mean? So that's why Pan-Africanism now. Man, Black Americans listen, we don't have no relationship with Africans. Ain't nobody that don't got no relationship with you here gonna go all the way there. Like even Rasta was really dealing with Emperor Haile Selassie. You think the Ethiopians was cool? Nasty as they want to be. Here we are, got their king on, their emperor, Ethiopian flag. Some of the most stuck up people you ever meet in your life is Ethiopians. They not friendly. They stuck up. Mother come to your table. Why do you have our king on? Like that. I said, well, you ain't like him, punk. Oh, I didn't mean no offense. I meant, son, get away from our booth with your scary ass. Boy, you don't even honor your own king. And don't question me, boy, and get this whole event shut down. You know what we do in America? That's when I was in L.A. I was like, boy, you know what we do in L.A., cuz? Blood, you tripping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I should talk about how they did us in Liberia. Did us dirty. Not to mention Marcus Garvey took all that money and bought some raggedy ships and pocketed the rest of the money. That's why the feds locked him up. He was a scumbag. Dr. Henry Clark said Marcus Garvey was his favorite person ever. He loved Garvey. And he said when Garvey got out of prison, Garvey lived up in Canada. And Henry Clark said, I went to see Garvey. He said it was the nastiest man I ever met in my life. Henry Clark said it broke his heart how nasty and rude Marcus Garvey was. This was his hero. And he said when he met Marcus Garvey, he said Marcus Garvey was a scumbag. He couldn't believe it. Because Marcus Garvey was a fraud anyway. He was a fraud. On everything. He was a fraud. Anyway, he was a fraud. He wasn't none of that. He was a fraud. So that's another reason Pan-Africanism died. Because Marcus Garvey was a fraud. Yep, sure was. You better believe it. He was a fraud. Yeah, he was a fraud. And everything he said, he stole it. He stole everything from Hubert Harrison. He stole Hubert's whole demo. Look it up. That's why I be wanting somebody to dare challenge me and debate me. He stole everything from this man right here. Everything. All his talking points and everything. Hubert said it. He said, Marcus stole everything from me. This is Marcus Garvey stole everything from. Hubert Harrison. Look it up. Look, you see what he said? It's just saying that Negroes of all Americans would be found in the free thought fold since they have suffered more than any other class of Americans from the dubious blessings of Christianity. Umar is not a Garveyite. Umar is a swindler that's using Marcus Garvey and Pan-Africanism to con black people out their money. Dr. Umar is a fraud. It got to a point where brothers couldn't get nobody to pay no attention to him unless they start acting Afrocentric. So if you look back at Umar, like back before around Sarnetta in that era, he wasn't dressed like that. He was trying to look like a college type dude. But then when he seen, right, that you needed to be like this Pan-African stuff, then that's when he started doing that to get attention. Because he done raised over $2 million for that school, and that school just a hellhole. Ain't nothing been done. All that money he pocketed. He ain't open up no school. He a con man. He a con man. But when you sell that kind of stuff, people will let you get away with it. Like, that's the new church. Like you could use Jesus and God, or you could use pro-black. It's the same pimp gang, though. It's the same preacher. Just use a different subject matter. You understand? That's it. Just use a different subject matter. And Garvey was a fraud. That's why the feds locked him up. The feds told him, when you get out, shut up or we're going to tell them what you did. Like even the boat. Remember the boats he bought, the ships, the Black Star Liner? Y'all might not know the history. And remember they wasn't seaworthy? All right, then, if he got all his money from black people and the boats wasn't seaworthy, two things happened. He gave somebody all that money and didn't know what he was doing and got some bad boats, or he pocketed the money and bought some junk with their money. He pocketed the money and bought some junk. And he ruined Jamaica because they was talking about 7 miles of Black Star Liner. The Black Star Liner was going to come take black people home. Back when they was doing all that stuff with the Maroons and all that, a lot of Rastas lived up in the hills and had land up in the hills. So when the word got that Marcus Garvey was going to have the Black Star Liner, a lot of Jamaicans up in the hills came down to Trenchtown. This is real Jamaican history. They wanted to be on the Black Star Line and return to Africa, so they left their land and went down to Trenchtown, and the government took all that land, and the Black Star Liner never came, and the whole place became a slum and a ghetto. Kingston and all that. That's how Kingston, and that's where the rude boy was born there. So a rude boy there, because they tricked them out the mountains, they coming down to get on the Black Star Liner. Who know Fred Lock's song? 7 miles of Black Star Liner coming in the harbor. 7 miles of black. So they thought the Black Star Liner was gonna come. It never came. That's why when Marcus Garvey got out of jail, went to Jamaica, that's why he was throwing rocks and stuff at him. He had to leave Jamaica. They hated him. Look it up. Jamaicans they ain't got no other hero, so they just try to act like he a black Martin Luther King and nothing. He was a bum. And Rasta's really bogus for looking up to him after what he said about His Majesty. But, they Jamaicans, they ain't Rastas. If you ride with Marcus Garvey, you a Jamaican. You ain't no Rasta. You going to ride with the Jamaican. Garvey was a pimping. Hey, check this out. Hold on, check this out. And they were selling hashish and weed out of his. Watch this. Who did any of y'all watch Boardwalk Empire? Did any of y'all watch Boardwalk Empire? And remember the pimp that was from the Garvey movement? The Jamaican guy? He was from the Caribbean? This guy right here? Remember this guy right here? He was from the Caribbean and he was pimping. That was Marcus Garvey movement. They showed it in Boardwalk Empire. Go watch it. He came in like he was this righteous dude trying to help black people, and the whole time he was a pimp, abusing women. Who remember that? It's right there. Like sometimes your eyes be closed, you be watching it, but you still don't see. He was from the UNIA. Dude, you know what I'm saying? And he was selling, he was selling that brown. He was selling that brown. Yeah, Garvey was a gangster. He wasn't none of that. He was a gangster. These are facts. They were selling hashish and everything out of that UNIA. It's in my book I'm writing. Not the one, my first one, my next book I'm going to release. I think I got like 150 pages, something like that, maybe 200 pages. Yeah, Marcus Garvey was a gangster. For real, go look at some of his pictures. You'll see. They hide those pictures, though. They don't want you to see those. They don't want you to see those pictures. I like they be hiding them pictures. I'm going to find one for you. I know y'all think I'm kidding. I need to save that picture, too, this time when I find it, because I see how hard it is for me to find it again. They be trying to hide this picture. I'm giving y'all way too much information. That's now you see why I be getting in trouble. Y'all got to support the channel because people don't like this information. They be trying to block me, because I be like, but see, I don't be intentionally finding this stuff. Like I don't be looking to discredit nobody or nothing. It be stuff I just find naturally. Nah, they was gangsters for real. People that do their research know. Like when it comes to research, you gotta really. It's hard to find stuff. You gotta get the keyword and then look up the keyword and then that word, find somebody's name and then look them up and then power to pop up like this picture. You see the one all the way on your left? He got a gun in his pocket. See how his hands in his pocket? You see the two on your left? See the one with the glasses on? Look in his coat. The second one from the left, look at his coat. You see that long item in his pocket? Ain't no hand that long. See that point down at the end of that pocket? And look at his face. Look at his face, the one with the glasses on, second from your left. Look at his face and look in his pocket. Both of them on the left got guns in their pocket. Look at the one to the left of Marcus Garvey. Look at his face. Look how they looking at the cameraman. Look how Garvey looking at the cameraman. All of them is looking at the cameraman like they want to do something to him, except the chubby one, the second one from the right. He looking, but he ain't looking like them other ones looking. The one all the way on the right, look how he looking at the cameraman. Look at his posture. But the one right next to Garvey with the light hat on, look at his face. He's not happy. He the main one. The one with the light hat on, he a problem. The ones on both sides of Marcus Garvey, they a problem. And look at the one next to Garvey. What's under that white thing in his hand? Look, his hand sticking out. It's a big old white thing. What's in there? What's in that white thing? His arm is up and he's got a white thing over his, so you can't see what is in his hand. You better believe it. That's why Dr. Henry Clark said God was one of the meanest people ever met in his life. It broke his heart. He said God was nasty, man. He said he couldn't believe how nasty and rude and mean he was. I said, yeah. All that talking, and he got all that talk. He stole this dude's talking points. That's why dude left the UNIA. Hubert left. I'll be showing y'all too much. Yep. He said Marcus Garvey took his stuff. The real people, they hide them. You know what I'm saying? And they give you, you know what I'm saying? They don't want you to know about Hubert. This is the one Marcus Garvey took his whole swag. Look, for more insight on this debate, it is worth revisiting the intellectual thought and evolution of a capital S socialist who repeatedly weighed in on this issue 100 years ago. Hubert Harrison, the father of Harlem radicalism, who influenced generations of black nationalists and leftists, including Marcus Garvey, Cyril Briggs, Richard Moore, Chandler Owens, and A. Philip Randolph, remains one of the more forgotten black radicals of the 20th century. Of course. He said, look, in the months leading up to the 1920 election, Harrison and William Briggs, both critics, Marcus Garvey's reluctant to engage in electoral politics. That's why he loved Garvey. The flag was meant to suggest the shades of black people in America as well as people of color worldwide. According to Harrison, it was this three-colored flag which inspired Garvey's red, black, and green flag, which has now become the international symbol of liberation. So they had a flag first. And he said Marcus Garvey stole it. Stole the idea. Straight up. See, see right here. Harrison, other important contribution was its internationalism. Harrison bristled at the insular notion that the Negro problem stood in peculiar isolation from all the other political, economic, and racial problems of the world. To embody this commitment to an outward looking political worldview, which linked American imperialism, European colonialism, and domestic racism, the Liberty League adopted a three-color flag of black, brown, and yellow. The flag was meant to suggest the shades of black people in America as well as people of color worldwide. According to Harrison, it was this three-colored flag which inspired Garvey's red, black, and green flag, which has now become the international symbol of black liberation. So, like he said, Garvey stole everything from him and flipped it. Marcus Garvey came here and he watched Booker T. He watched everybody he could watch that was speaking at the time when he was here, and he stole from him, and then he moved in. Yeah, go study this brother, though. This brother was deep. The real history, they hide it. This brother right here, he was deep. He was heavy. They don't want to talk about him, none. No, don't irritate the Pan-Africans. The Pan-Africans don't mean no harm. They think they don't have nobody to talk to. The main reason I first stopped dealing with Pan-Africanism when I got to Hawaii. I was on my way to Africa. And I was going to go. I wanted to come up on the east side. I didn't want to go to New York and go to Europe and go to Africa. I wanted to go around, come around the South Pacific and Asia and India and China and come up on East Africa. And I decided to go to Hawaii first because I was around some Trinidadians and Jamaicans. And the Trinidadian brothers, I almost moved to Trinidad. But some of the brothers from the Caribbean, they was a little funny acting. I didn't want to be on their island because they would have a dominant mentality. So I came up with the idea, I'd go to my own island. I wanted to go on the island. I'm around all these brothers from the island. They got all this fruit and stuff cooking outside. I want to experience that. So I'm like, well, why go to Jamaica? Why go to Trinidad and deal with all of this, with people trying to play me because they outnumber me? I don't got to go to their island. We got our own island. So I'll go to Hawaii. So the plan was to go that way, go to Hawaii and come up in Africa. But I decided not to go to Africa because I started realizing I was leaving Black Americans and I was running. But the first thing made me don't want to go because the ideology to go to Africa was to get away from white America and go in a black place. But when I got in the mountains of Hawaii, in the middle of nowhere on a big island, planes and stuff and helicopters was flying over me constantly. So that's when I started thinking, you cannot run from the white man because he in the sky. So then I started thinking, well, if he in the sky like that, if I'm in LA, if I'm in Arizona, something, he can't just drop no poison and kill me because he going to kill whites and everybody. I said, but if I go somewhere that's all black and they in the sky, they could poison me. So I changed my philosophy, and I made my philosophy to stay up close next to him. I started thinking separation from the whites. If they want to hurt you, it's easy for them to blow you up over here. It's hard for them to destroy you if you stay up next to them. That was the first thing made me think, I don't know. But then one day my guardian angel came to me and said, when you get to Africa, if you turn on the news and find out that they unalived all the Black Americans, how would you feel? And that's what made me come back. Because that thought made me think I was running. I was running to Africa. I didn't like that thought because a soldier not running nowhere. You're going to go to Africa, you're going to go because you just want to go. But as far as running, because you scared, a scared man can't win in Africa or here. So that's why when I found out that if I leave and something happened to y'all, would I rather be in Africa? Because I know some brothers and sisters, that's how they be talking. Man, you stay here, the white man going to get you, basically. You need to go to Africa, bro. You stay over here. Good luck. I feel sorry for y'all. Stay over here. That's why I was thinking. But then I started thinking that's a coward way of thinking. And I started thinking, if I'm really that militant, I'm not leaving nobody over here. So I started thinking, that ain't militant. I'm not going nowhere. Because I'm leaving my mama and my sister and all my children, leave my children. I have a lot of children then. I only had one daughter, as a matter of fact. Leave my children, leave all my family and run to Africa. I started thinking, oh, you running. I didn't like the idea of running to Africa. Because that's what Blacks going to Africa doing. They running. And they thinking that those of us be left here, y'all gonna see this gonna fall. They gonna do this to you. They gonna do that. So it's really a punk mentality. You know what I'm saying? So I said, I'm coming back. I'd rather stay here with y'all. And I changed my whole philosophy. So now my philosophy is, if Black people did go to Africa, I want to be the last one get on the plane. Make sure everybody get on there and gone. That's my new philosophy. Because ain't nobody going to kill me nowhere. So I'm not running no damn where. So if it's smoke, let's go ahead and do it. I'm not running in no damn Africa, and ain't nobody going to do shit to me. So I started realizing this is a coward move, trying to run to Africa and trying to run for somebody, and they already in space. They already got Starlink. You in Africa, and they still over your head. So where'd you go? Talking about you going to go with the Black people, but they in space, and the Black people ain't got no planes or nothing. They flying over you, and you in all Black land. They can just poison the whole thing and just come get the resources. So I started thinking, no, this ain't no good idea to go and be separated. I need to stay close to this dude. That's what I started thinking. No, I need to stay right. I need to stay up close to him. I'm not finna, no. I'm in the mountains, y'all, on the Big Island. The Big Island is like, back then it was like nobody, it was like the most primitive island. It's like really Hawaii. It's not Waikiki and all, it's the real Hawaii. And I'm way up on a mountain where the volcanoes is at. I'm almost at the top. It's only one subdivision after me, right? And all day in the middle of nowhere in a rainforest. My streets ain't even paved. It's like I'm the 8th row up. Only 2 rows is paved. And they flying. And I'm like, I'm trying to get away from them. I'm thinking I'm getting away from these people. But once I see them in the middle of the South Pacific flying, I'm like, I can't run from this duty in the sky. Once I realized they was in the sky, the idea of getting away from them is ridiculous. It's even more ridiculous now. They got Starlink. They didn't have all these rocket ships they got. Now they in space everywhere. So where you going? You still going to them. They run Africa. Africans don't run Africa. All that travel, all that visa, all that European control, all that control, all the natural resources, all the food, everything. The Chinese trying to come in and get a bit, but Europe control all of Africa. Africa has nothing independent. I was up in the mountains on the Big Island on my soul. That's why I don't be listening to nobody, because I ain't trying to listen to no brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't even walk in my shoes like that. So I'm going to listen to them. You know what I mean? I'm really him. I'm trying to tell y'all stuff that ain't nobody going to tell you. I'm not trying to be the big man. I'm not trying to be the one everybody like what I'm saying. I'm just trying to tell y'all the facts. Everything I'm saying is facts. I was in the mountains outside. I lived outside like 3 years, 3 years outside. No building structure under a green tarp, growing herb. That's me right there in the back. This is where I lived at. What it look like up there? I lived in a rainforest. My boy in the front, that's me in the back. We got the weed over our shoulder. And I had just harvested one crop. We was cutting them down. These like 10-foot, 12-foot plants. 9 feet. 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet. Sometimes one of them get 12 feet plants. And I'm way up there in the mountains on the Big Island. And they flying over my head, Goshen. Planes. I'm like, man. And Hawaii's in the middle of nowhere. Hawaii is more surrounded by water than anywhere else on the earth. There's no other place surrounded by that much water. Meaning, once you get to Hawaii, there's nothing else out there. There's no other islands but those islands. So when you go to other places, islands, a bunch of them. But when you go to Hawaii, it's got the most circumference of water. It's nothing but ocean. There's no land for a long way. All food got to come in on a barge or a plane. There's nowhere close. You in the middle of the ocean. It's the only place that's in the middle of the ocean like that. There's no other place in the world that's got that big of a circumference of water. And planes was flying, constantly flying over me in the mountains. So my idea of getting away, I'm thinking they gonna fly to Africa where I'm going. So the idea of running from them, I realized, oh, I can't. You're running away, but you can't run away from yourself. So I was like, man, ain't no need of me running, dude, in the air. So how am I gonna get away from the white man? He in the sky. Then I started thinking, and the Africans ain't got no Air Force. They ain't got no space exploration. They ain't got no Navy. I started thinking, they can't even defend themselves. What I'm going there for? And then the whole time, brothers was telling me don't go there. Early, when we got to Oahu, where Waikiki at, we on Waikiki Beach. Me and my brother, we got our dreadlocks. We on it. A black dude came up, where y'all from, brother? Like, man, we from Chicago. Oh, yeah, y'all some Rasta brothers, huh? Yeah. Oh, man, I ain't met that many African-American Rastas. I was like, yeah, man, we trying to go to Africa. He said, man, listen, I ain't trying to bust your bubble, man. He said, but you ain't gonna like Africa. I said, what you mean? He said, I'm a merchant marine. I'm there all the time. He said, the Africans, they ain't gonna like you. They don't like us. I said, are you kidding? He said, no, they don't. They can't stand us. He said, and what's worse than that? He said, a lot of Africans is Muslims. And he said, they're going to do whatever the Arab tell them to do. So he's like, if you go over there, right, and you thinking you're a black brother with this black brother, but he a Muslim, he going to ride with this Arab. He not going to mess with you. He going to deal with Allah. That's what the older brother told us that. Soon as we got to Hawaii, we wasn't there probably a week or two. I was there a week. My boy came the next week. We was probably there 2 weeks, and we ran into a merchant marine. Man, I love that brother so much, man. He gave me gang because he had go over there all the time. He said, they don't like us, young brothers. Y'all young brothers need to listen. That's why I be telling you, young brothers, you got to listen. Even though I was a Pan-African, I didn't say nothing. I didn't try to defend my belief systems or nothing. I just listened to the brother. I don't got to speak against the brother. You know what I'm saying, Goshen? I still was a Pan-African. I was still going, regardless of what he said, but I listened to what he said, and I believed what he said. I didn't change my mind right then, though, but that's why I be telling my people, watch me, just remember what I'm telling you. And he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. Lord have mercy, you go to one of them Islamic countries, because they ain't Africans, they Muslims, and they going to ride with any Muslim over you. That's why they over there now hurting their own people, all in Nigeria, all in East and West Africa. Black Muslims are hurting Black Africans in the name of Islam. They got some kind of weird Islamic thing where they always trying to have a jihad. They always, I don't know what that's about, trying to convert people, but they go and they massacre a bunch of people in the process of jihad. I ain't got time for that. So then check it out. So before we left LA, we was with this sister named Zakia. It was me, my queen, and my boy, and it was another woman named Zakia. I think she was there trying to hook up my boy. I don't know why he didn't talk to her. So while we was in Hawaii, Zakia went to Kenya. And when Zakia went to Kenya, she a young Wasta queen from California, from LA. Man, she went to Kenya, broke her heart. The Kenyans called her Ferengi and treated her like she was white. This is a dreadlock sister, Pan-African. She went to Kenya and they broke her heart. That's the second place I learned Africa wasn't no good to go, because she went to Kenya and they broke her heart. She went back to LA. Then she came to Hawaii and stayed with us in the mountain. Tears would come to her eyes. She said, y'all, they was calling me Ferengi. I'm thinking we brothers and sisters. I'm trying to go back. I'm on this pro-Black thing. I go to Kenya. I'm in the village with these Black people. She said they hated me. For no reason, I was pro-Black. She said I was pro-Black. And she said they was like white people. He said they kept calling me Ferengi. And I'm thinking we brothers and sisters. And she said, bro, if y'all go over there, y'all not they brothers and sisters, they going to call y'all Ferengi. For real. And she said it was puddles of water everywhere and all the kids had malaria and stuff. And she was like, why y'all don't cover up these puddles of water? So she started getting dirt, putting it in the puddles of water so the mosquitoes ain't got no water. She said, man, she left there. She's still in Hawaii. It broke her heart. She never going back to Hawaii. Killed her whole Pan-African vibe right there. So I started seeing this stuff. One time in Hawaii, it was these African sisters, and they was watching TV, and my queen seen her. She got her hair wrap on. She on this pro-African, so she went up to try to introduce herself to this African woman. You know what the woman told my queen? Shh, I'm watching Dallas. She was watching some white people on TV, and she told her sister, don't talk to her right now. She watching Dallas. I said, wow. She watching JR and all that. I never watched it, but I know JR, who that is, because it was big, so everybody was talking about it. Yep. So time and time again, I started seeing, no, Africa not it. And then when I got back to California, was vending and stuff like that as a young comedic roster and doing that, I seen how the Ethiopians was acting. We had some militants, though, but they was from Senegal. Yeah, they all totally westernized. And they don't accept you as no African. You know what I'm saying? They don't accept you as no African like that. And when I first started talking about problems in Africa, JT, the bigger figure, had went over there. Everybody like, well, JT over there, JT over there. I was saying don't go. JT over there, and how did it turn out? And now I talk to JT, he like, I ain't going back over there. JT ain't going back over there. He had a horrible experience over there. He found out he found out just what I told y'all. I didn't talk against him when he went. People was calling my chat, JT over there. I was like, I wish the brother good. I said, I wish the brother good, man. He went over there. First he was over there in Burkina, which Burkina is right under the Sahel. So they got to always deal with these Arab, with these Muslim blacks and Arabs coming in trying to do stuff to them in Nigeria. So then he left there because all the Africans was hating on him. That's what I'm telling them, Maya. So all them people was hating on him. You know what I mean? So then he went to Kenya and it got worse. He had to get the hell out of there. Or he would end up in prison or dead. Even the going back home to Africa, I ain't with it. Because if it's true and you want to say, let's say you want to say you was from Africa and you was taken and you was sold into slavery. And let's say if you believe the Africans sold you into slavery. Okay, sell me into slavery. All right, before they sold me into slavery, what was I doing? I had land. I had property. I might have had gold. But I had somewhere to live. I had land, right? So this is what I don't like about it. So the president of Ghana say, come back home. All right. If you admit this is home, where's my land I had before I left? If the president of Ghana is saying this the year to return home, where's my stuff I had? Don't have me just come back. If you're trying to say I was here, where's my stuff? So now you're telling me I got to go get a king to let me leave some land. But my thing is, how do I know I wasn't the king and this the dude that sold me and he the king? How do I know he the original king? What if I was the king? What if this dude family the one sold me? So I'm too revolutionary because if I go to Africa, to Ghana, that's why I say I can't go without weapons because I want up my weapon. As soon as I see them, the Shanti with all that gold, take that off, put that on my neck. I can't go because the Shantis with that gold, I'm taking that. I'm taking that. I'm just telling you, I'm functioning. This man. Don't try to have me come over here and be no pauper. You know what I'm saying? Because I might have been the big man over here. Where my gold at? I put that on my neck. On my soul. I'm telling you. Because them was the ones who were selling the slaves. They got to get out all that. See, I ain't going to be able to get along. Because you're the descendants of the slave sellers. You're over here talking crazy. I'm going to want land. I'm going to want my gold on my neck and all that. I'm not finna come back over there and beg you for stuff when you tell me I'm back home. Well, why I don't feel like home? You know what I'm saying? Why I don't feel like home? Boy, I'm not doing none of that. Look, Ashanti King, run that gold off your neck. I'm too mean to go over there. Run that gold off your neck, punk. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my soul. You probably the motherfucker sold me. So I ain't going to trust nobody because the same dog bites you in the morning, going to bite you in the evening. So I ain't going nowhere without no military and no weapons to secure myself and secure the bag. I'm not going back over there in the same place they saying they sold slaves the first time. You want to go back and get sold again? They not ass backwards. You got some that's ass backwards. I'm not going to generalize. They not ass backwards. You got some that's ass backwards. You got some cool brothers and sisters over there, but they limited because they up under the government. So if you got a lot of weirdos in the government and stuff like that, and if you got poverty, anytime you move somewhere got poverty, you're going to lose. So the Ghanaians is starving. They don't like their president, right? So look, y'all, the Ghanaians are starving. They hate their president. So if their president tell me to come over there, I come. What you think they're going to think about me? Because the president they hate, they going to feel like the president they hate invited me, but he ain't doing nothing for them. So now when he leave office, guess what all them black Americans going to have to do? They're going to have to leave. That's what's bad about letting one president invite you, because the other president will run for office under the pretense of deport you. We see that right now with Biden and Trump. They said Biden let all these people in and Trump come in, and what's the vibe? Get out. And that's the same thing going to happen in Ghana. Soon as that president's out there and he's 70-some years old, all them black people, they're going to have to leave, because people that ain't doing good do not want you coming to their country because they already struggling. And to them, you taking food out of their mouth. Ain't no way. I got a friend keep trying to tell me to go to Ghana. She want to go to dinner and all that. Go, so I'm going to go, but we ain't going to be on the internet. We ain't going to be on the phone, so I'm going to give it to her raw. And she a woman. She a woman, and she trying to tell me to go to Africa because she went to Africa. They might be knocking your back in, though. You might got a man over there that you sleeping with. See what I'm saying? So don't try to tell me to come, because the men is dominant in Africa. If I go, I got to try to have a woman, and them men ain't going, they'll tolerate you because they can knock your back in. They mistreat women all the time, some of them. So you over there, you just a sucker as far as they concerned. You just some sex or whatever. But I'm a man. I'm not finna go over there with them men like that in their country. I ain't got no gun to defend myself. I ain't going nowhere and take no trash from no brother because I'm in no Africa. Boy, I don't care nothing about being in no Africa. You gonna respect me, boy, wherever I go. If you want to respect me, I wouldn't have named myself Pharaoh. I wish I would go over there. So I can't go to Africa because I'm not kissing no ass. I can't go to Jamaica. I can't go to Trinidad. I can't go to none of them places where certain blacks is going to try to punk me because I'm from out of town. I'm not doing none of that. I don't do them like that, but they'll do me like that. I ain't never had no Jamaican around me or no Trinidad or no African or nothing that be around that I let the hood say nothing to them. And I don't treat them funny. But I've been around enough that you'll get treated funny. You know what I'm saying? You'll get treated funny. Plus, I ain't leaving black Americans. That's not the question. I'm a real soldier. I'm not leaving black Americans going no goddamn where. We came into this party together, and we going to stay together or we going to leave together. So I'm not leaving. To me, Umar's a punk. He want to run to Africa. Bye. You're a Panamanian or a Cuban anyway. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they do you dirty over there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not running, and I'm not leaving black Americans. So that's what made me come back, because I'm like, I'm not leaving black Americans over here, going over there. I wasn't comfortable with that. I wasn't comfortable leaving black America. What's going to happen is, hey, I'm in it to win it. Then it's going to happen to me too. So when brothers come over here with all this gloom and gloom, hey, man, you a punk. That's why it's doom and gloom. Because we stand on business over here. Ain't nobody going to do nothing else. Not Trump, not Musk, none of them. They ain't going to do shit, okay? On my soul, them wolf tickets. They ain't going to do nothing, okay? If they can't beat Afghanistan, they sure can't beat black America. Yeah, they will, Maya. Plus, I'm not going nowhere. I ain't got no self-defense. My great-granddaddy, when I used to go to Alabama, as soon as you walk in the front door, it's a gun hanging on the wall. It's some things out like this. And they just lay the shotgun up there. And it's always ready to fire. They always ready to cock it back and fire. My daddy had guns. My mama had guns. My grandmama had guns. You want me to go to Africa with no gun? I'm born in America. America, we got guns. We love guns. I don't have no gun now because I'm a felon. Okay? Let me get that part straight. But in America, we got guns. I don't need no gun because all these neighbors got one. I can grab one from somebody if I need it. Because Americans got guns. And I like that. Now, I'm not going to no foreign country and I ain't got no weapon to defend myself. That's not going to never happen. Africa's out the question. That's why we need better negotiators. Because I talk to the Ghana dude, I say, listen, if we conquer, we bring our guns. Period. Don't nobody be negotiating right. If I'm talking to the Ghanaian dude, if you want us to come, can we bring our guns? How much land you gonna give us? Don't tell me it's no king's land because you said I was here. Where's the land I had when I was here? Nobody want to ask the hard questions. If the Ghanaian president is saying we can come back there, that's our home, and everybody over there born with land from the family, where's our land? Oh, you want me to come back and beg you for land? Then I'm not home then. And you know in Ghana, they got two different prices, right? Pay one price for food for Ghanaians, another price for anybody not from Ghana. So if you're a Jamaican, Trinidadian, Black American, whatever, you pay one price, they pay another price. Show me in America where we charge a different price to immigrants. They do it in Ghana. You got to pay more than everybody else. Now you think I'm going over there and a Ghanaian can get something for $2 and it's going to cost me $6? Hell no. Everywhere you go, they begging you for money. So I got a friend that live over there, but she don't know how much I know. I can't wait. She won't sound, I'm a dog, and she don't know I know everything about Ghana. She think because I'm over here, I don't know nothing. Because people don't understand nowadays with the internet and stuff, and with live streaming and all that, if you watch enough stuff, you can know anywhere nowadays. You can go to Ghana without going easily. And you can get around Ghana quicker on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok than you can in Ghana. I could sit here, I could watch people from all over Ghana talk. All in one day. If I want to, I could spend 12 hours watching stuff on Ghana that I would never learn in Ghana. Because I'm going to be in this area where I might not get to talk to this person over here, this person over there. But on YouTube, I could see everywhere. And Ghana not it. Ghana's a struggling economy that's falling apart. So I'm going to end this, but the point I'm trying to make is the U.S. cannot compete with China because they didn't treat us right, and we was the only ones that made them compete in the first place. We the reason they compete in the first place. So make sure y'all support the channel. You know what I'm saying? And let me take a couple questions before I go. It seems like it's in the DNA for Black people or Africans to be submissive to other races because in every Black community, in every country, some other races controlling their economy and money. I don't think it's in our nature to be submissive like that. I don't think so. I think that, like here in Chicago, I don't think Black people is submissive because I don't think they thinking like that. I don't think they thinking enough to be submissive. So I think when a Black woman go to get her hair done, I don't think she's thinking she's submissive. All I know, she just think about her hair. So when a woman get up and she won't get her hair and nail done, she not thinking nothing about who doing it. All she thinking about is how she want it done and if it's going to look good when she get finished. So I don't really think it's submissive. I don't think we submit. I just don't think we be paying attention. But I don't think we submissive. I know for a fact in LA and Chicago, black folks ain't submissive. They might shop with you, but you just say one little thing wrong, it's up. So I don't think we submissive. I don't think we're submissive. I just think that we was just raised in the system and we just repeating what everybody doing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really think we submissive like that. I think we're kind of friendly. And people say we're not friendly. Oh, that's a lie. We friendly to each other. They take these gang fights and stuff and take it out of context. I think it's not we. I don't think it's we submissive. I think that we are programmed. You know, you program from little. Get up, eat your cereal, put your clothes on, go to school, be at school at 9, be home at 3, watch your cartoons, da 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 da. So after you do that so long, you know, by the time you get grown, okay, get up, go to work, do this, go there, drive there, get gas, go there, get this, go there, go home. I don't think there's no thought into it. I think because I think we're actually dominant people. So that's why we don't pay people no attention from different races, because we dominant. And because we dominant, we don't pay no attention to your race. I think white people is insecure, a lot of them, and that's why they always focus on race. When I get around whites, they focus on race more than me. I don't be focused on race. To the point that if I'm sitting around, me and 3 of my guys, and we were around 8 white dudes, and 2 white dudes start talking crazy and seem like they're a little racist, we don't even think about the others. All we think about is them 2. We don't think like, oh, white people. We think, no, these dudes right here, we're going to knock them out. We're not finna knock everybody out. We're going to knock out the 2 races. You know what I'm saying? We don't believe everybody like them. Unless you act like them. You got to act like them for us to say you them. So I don't think we lump people together like that. I think because we live in harsher communities a lot of times, crime and stuff like that, we already know everybody the same. We already know the jackers is the jackers. The schoolboy is the schoolboy. The football boy is the football boy. This boy love basketball. He chase girls. She like potato chips. And hey, we know, we living in the hood, we know absolutely everybody not the same. We know that for a fact. You got the in the name of Jesus person. We got all kind of people. So I think black people it's hard for us to stereotype. We around too many different people. Our family ain't even the same. So we already know everybody individual. We black people, we deal with individualism. It ain't gonna be common for no black Americans to go to another city and be like, man, these niggas in. Have you heard a black dude go from Chicago and go to LA and be, man, these LA, he young. He what, 19, 20, 21, 22? He might say that. But he young. He just saying, he meet 2 and then he say these. But that's immaturity. So once he hang out, he ain't gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? So I think our living conditions make us judge each person individually, because we got to look out for friend or foe. We got to look out for robbers. So we already know everybody not a robber, right? So we be looking for distinct characteristics to see if you the stick-up man. So I think black Americans in America, I think we the most fairest people. I think our living conditions make us have to be real. We ain't gonna make up no fake shit. Not if you over 25 and stuff like that. You ain't gonna just look at no white dude and say he prejudiced. He gotta do some prejudice, so we ain't paying him no attention. I think a lot of white men is more immature than us. I think they lifestyle and the way they live kind of make them like big ass babies. They get pampered. So when they get in the real world, they are goo goo gaga. That's why if you give one of them a police outfit and a badge and a taser and a gun, that's why it's not good, because they don't mature like that. They be on some weirdo stuff. But I think Black Americans is good judges of people. We learn how to judge people in high school. By the time we grown, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't be seeing black people messing with me like that. Black people chilled out. They don't just be bothering strangers. They don't do that. We'll rob anybody, some of us, and that's just a small few, because most of us too scared to do a robbery and go to jail. So that's a stereotype too that they be trying to make up. Chinese have children in sweatshops. Yes, we can. We outdo anybody. We can have a baby in the back of an Uber. Man, there can't nobody outdo us. Chinese can't outdo us. Nobody can't outdo us. We are hardcore black people. Black people's ultimate survivors. Chinese would have folded under slavery. So would the Mexicans, whites, everybody. If they went through what we went through, they would have folded. They would have folded like some clothes you just got out to dry. I'm telling you. What's going on, Robinson? I ain't lying. I think we some exceptional people. So y'all watching me, Black Americans, we exceptional people. And the way you be exceptional, don't be looking down on other brothers and sisters, and don't be generalize them. If you meet a Jamaican acting fool, say, I met a Jamaican acting fool. Don't be saying Jamaicans. Dude is not Jamaicans. Even if it's 2 or 3 of them, they not Jamaican. That's the best thing for us is don't treat others like they treat us. Don't buy into the stereotypes and do all that weird stuff. That's for babies, especially we men, we grown men. If we have a problem, we finna get down. We ain't finna talk nothing. We ain't finna do no funny faces. We not doing none of that. So, no matter what we going through, to the brothers and sisters watching me, don't y'all be changing. Like, stay on your square. If it's not you to be doing some extra top evil stuff, don't do it. And don't be scared of none of this JD Vance, none of this stuff. Your attitude got to be wish a nigga would. I wish they would play with me. And that got to be our attitude. That got to be Black America's attitude. That's why I wanted to come over and talk about that. We got to stand strong and we got to stand together. And if we standing together like this, and it's a dude over here, and he trying to pull 2 of us over there, then we can stand together, but leave him out. But don't break up what you got, where some want to go with him and some want to go over there. That's how everything get messed up. You got to make up a solid mind which one of these people in this situation is a leader. You always got to have a leader or a spokesperson. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I think we're doing well. I think the sisters is doing well. I think the brothers is doing well. I think the only thing y'all got to do is have some babies. Stop talking crazy. You don't want to have no babies. Stop talking crazy. Have some babies. You can handle it. You always think it's the end of the world till you have it. But the best thing you can get in this world is a baby. So don't let nobody tell y'all, don't cheat yourself out of having no child, no children. You're going to cheat yourself. You're going to be 50 years old trying to get pregnant. Don't cheat yourself out no child. Ladies try to have you too. People go, it's expensive. No, children make you get money. Children will make you get more money. So that's it with that, y'all. Y'all stay positive. We talked about a lot. You know what I'm saying? But y'all stay positive. Don't y'all get caught up in all the foolishness. You know, stay positive, and we are we got. So you know we're going to stick together as Black Americans. We not finna let nobody send us off. But we not finna be hating on no other brothers and all that. Don't get caught up in all that. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like somebody's a tether, let them just tether. They can't tether unless somebody hit the ball back. So just don't hit the ball back. You know what I'm saying? And stay positive. We are we got. We ain't got no time for that beefing. Because all these blacks is beefing with blacks, they're going to be crying. Just watch. They're going to be crying. Too much negativity, man. We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? So look, man, it was great talking to y'all. I had to get that off my chest because it was really getting on my nerves. You know what I'm saying? But that's what we on. Boom, work hard, focus. Let's build business, right? And let's work together and build business. And eventually, let's use this internet to make connections. Don't make the internet, don't get on the internet going and irritating content creators, Black content creators. Try to find out what you could do together. Try to find out when you're going to be in town so you can get them something to eat or when she's going to be in town. Try your best not to be the ones starting stuff. You know, if a brother or sister on the internet and they get into it with somebody, stay out of it. Don't be telling them, man, you shouldn't have talked to her like that. Man, he got to talk to her the way he want to talk to her. She got to talk to him the way she want to talk to him. The way you fix that is you still be a brother or be a sister. And try to stop whoever, make sure they don't crash out. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we on, y'all. Let's step our game up. Let's be on some business. We got to be about some business. All right, boom. Victory.